En esta sala de sesiones paralelas.
So we're going to be in the parallel room session within the Latin America International Forum. How to take back the pathway of growth. This is developed. This is organized by the IDB and CAF.
Solamente Hola, buenas noches. Necesitamos que
Good day. Please use your headsets. Make sure you use your headsets.
pongan los audífonos. Los audífonos. Bueno, vamos a invitarles mientras que vamos sumando.
Will we add? Will we have more attendees in the connection? You need to select the blue room in order for all of us to begin the session. Just remember that there will be streaming in this session, in this event, and I want to welcome you all to these parallel sessions of the International Latin American and Caribbean Financial and Economic Forum. This is a closer dialogue, specialized dialogue on critical aspects affecting our region. On each room, There will be renowned experts and leaders who will be sharing their valuable knowledge and experience. This is going to be a space to exchange ideas, which can hopefully translate into specific actions and proposals to contribute to the development of our region. And in addition to this, please remember that there will be headsets available so you can select the simultaneous interpretation channel to guarantee a more accessible and smooth experience for everyone. And the upcoming minutes, there will be interaction with the panelists and other colleagues to strengthen connections. Don't remember to share your thoughts on the media using the hashtag PhotoEconomicoCAF, thus contributing to a continuous dialogue. So officially, welcome. My name is John De Leon, and I will be joining you today in this parallel decision room within the International Economic Forum of Latin America and the Caribbean. This is an event organized by CAF, the Latin American Development Pan, and the government of Panama, with the support of Grupo Prisa, World Impacts, and the CEAPI. This event is a great opportunity to expand the network of connections. So this is why we have developed an application, a networking application, where you will become familiar with the agenda. You can contact other attendees. That way you can expand your contact network. Please download this application by scanning the QR code that we're showing on the screen, and which will allow you to begin the session using this code PhotoCAF. You will see the QR code on the screen, and then you will have the opportunity to scan it. And with the PhotoCAF code, you can complete your registry. I also want to mention that it's translated into 3 languages. Please share your experiences and thoughts on the media using the hashtag PhotoEconomicoCAF. And please follow us through the CAF agenda in X, Instagram, and Facebook. So in this session, talking about connectivity, air connectivity, and tourism, these are the drivers to promote regional development. They're not only promoting tourism and trade in Latin America and the Caribbean, but they're also crucial drivers for economic integration, competitiveness, and sustainable growth in our region. We have renowned leaders in the sector who will be sharing their perspectives, experiences, and strategies to strengthen the airport infrastructure and to improve the airline connectivity in the region. Before I introduce our panelists, I'm going to show a video. Air connectivity plays a leading role in the sustained economic growth of Latin America and the Caribbean. In a region where logistics costs represent 16% of the product value, in other words, twice the amount of advanced economies, improving infrastructure is essential to improve competitiveness. Airports are critical nodes for global connectivity, but traffic delays and the lack of digitization limit the integration of the region and the global supply chain or value chains. The airport infrastructure is essential for the development of tourism industry, which accounts for 27% of the GDP in the Caribbean and 8% of the GDP in Latin America, while it is also responsible for 18% of jobs in the Caribbean and 8% in Latin America. Investing in connectivity and airport infrastructure by adopting cutting-edge technologies and flight management tools, as well as sustainability, may reduce costs and improve transit times by offering a more efficient experience to traders and travelers, and while improving the exporting capacity of the region. What steps should be taken in order for Latin America and the Caribbean to change their logistics systems into a competitive edge? What are the success cases that can turn the region into a key actor to global trade? International Economic Forum Latin America and the Caribbean 2025, CAF. We want to welcome our panelists, but I want to greet and express my gratitude to Amanda Marks, the director of Cinco Dias, who will be moderating this such an enriching session. Amanda, welcome and good afternoon. I also want to greet our panelists and invite Gustavo Santos, the regional director of UN Tourism, so he can join us in at the stage. Thank you, welcome, and thank you for being here with us. I also want to greet Peter Cerda, Vice President of IARA for Americas. Welcome and good afternoon. I also want to invite Erika Sarante Bahamon, CEO of Latin Airlines in Colombia. She's also joining us in this panel. Welcome. And Roberto Cliete, the President of the Board of Directors of Avianca. So the panelists, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the intro. And thanks to CAF for inviting me to moderate such an important panel and to participate in this forum. I mean, you may see a lot of things on the news, but this is a space for conversation, debate, and to share our views into the future. And this type of forum, these type of spaces allow us more than ever to do this in order to connect with the community and with the different economic parties or partners, and our gratitude to those of us joining us here in this convention center, and those of you who are following us on streaming. The panel that I have to moderate speaks about airport infrastructure, air connectivity, and tourism.
Van a tener unos audífonos mientras que van avanzando, pero podemos seguir conversando. Sí. Se van a tener unos audífonos, pero ellos están escuchando los audífonos. So, in order to continue with the session, I've been thinking about the last part of this, of how thrilling this Palantir is, tourism. When when we were looking into the economic figure, like the growth forecast for Latin America and the Caribbean, we're talking about 12% for 2025. I think that it is. I mean, this has nothing to do. If I compare this to the 3% globally and that 5% of emerging countries, it is evident that tourism is the sector that where we see a lot of development potential in the region, and that's when I wonder. After having a cup of coffee, what's coming first, the egg or the chicken? You need to have better air connectivity in order to promote tourism from the leisure or business standpoint. Or is tourism a new business or a powerful business of tourism which will lead to a better infrastructure? And based on that, I'm going to start this first question for all of you. A great development of air traffic is foreseen for the upcoming years until 2040. Figures are extremely impressive. We mentioned that we were going to move from 750 million passengers to 1.5 billion all the way until 2040. My question is, do we have the right infrastructure to handle this? And I will start with you, Gustavo. This is a nod. This is a nod mechanism. So this is, I mean, the change is there. I mean, we need to get used to this. The first thing that I want to mention is that There will be infrastructure. We need infrastructure. There's no doubt about it. There are countries that have developed or are developing it. Tourism nowadays in our region is reaching the level we had in 2019, which is the year when we saw more tourism globally prior to COVID. But the first thing that I want to mention here is that tourism as an activity and the industry, the aeronautics industry, they both have the same essence, the same support that makes sense, and it has to do with the trips. This is the reason being of airplanes and of tourists. Latin America, and it's been proven that the development of a destination is proportional to the development of the connectivity thereof. When I go to Argentina, all the way on the south, from 2015 to 2019, somebody asked in the first question, what was tourism? I said it is either connectivity or death. So our region is going to be, without a doubt, the promising continent of tourism. We have everything to make sure this happens. So I do believe that what we do need, without a doubt, is to first multiply our connectivity. Tourism works based on proximity, and proximity leads to having more connectivity among the different regions. We have our connectivity between the regions is really low compared to other continents, and there's a huge potential. Let's think that nearly 1.5 billion tourists will move around, and Europe keeps 55% market share, and then and America represents 15%. Canada, Latin America, and the Caribbean, they only represent 8% of the global tourism movement. This this is a huge opportunity. We have everything to grow, and in the futures world, the tourism is productivity, which is coming from the exercise of freedom, and therefore there will be more jobs in our sector. So tourism, one of every 10 work wages is generated by tourism. I think that this is quite an enriching panel. We have very interesting profiles from different points of the value chain and in the industry. I'm going to talk to you connectivity or death, as you mentioned. I hope we hope we can strive for connectivity. I don't know if death, but this entails opportunity. So if we look at what used to be flying at the end of the 70s in Latin America, I mean, 18 million passengers traveled at that time. In 2023, we had 324 million passengers, and in the upcoming 15 years, by 2040, that will increase by 200 million passengers, new passengers. When we look at the region, the average in this region, when we talk about trips per capita, we're not reaching one trip per year. So there's potential. The potential is there. We have not reached our peak. It will keep on growing, and I think that what the region has done so far, given the challenges it has, is that connectivity has grown. We are better connected today and the region than ever, and this will grow gradually. More flights, more companies, more interest, but the infrastructure is not reaching or satisfying the demand that the airlines need and what passengers want. And this is what we need to look at in both in the public and private sector to determine how can we make sure that the airport infrastructure or the infrastructure that is supporting the ecosystem can allow for this growth. I think that in this region, we will always find social, economic issues, geography, but this is an industry that has been quite dynamic in this region, and we have grown with all the different challenges we had in the past. the greatest challenge that we have as an industry in Latin America is the development and to keep on developing our infrastructure, but not only in the major cities with these mega airports, but the idea is to develop our airport systems in secondary cities or smaller cities. Connectivity, what we've seen in the picture is that there will be more airlines flying among the different regions in between the secondary cities, not necessarily Bogota and Buenos Aires, but we'll see more Medellin and Cordoba. And that's where we have the opportunity to keep on growing. And we may grow with the expectations that the industry has. And this implies taking a leading role with the different governments. Thank you, Erika. Referring to the industry of airlines, um, are we finding the right infrastructure? What does your sector need in order to continue with this growth potential? Thank you, Amanda. The challenges are huge in terms of infrastructure, and it is clear that the traffic growth and tourism growth is connected to this. But I think that we need to address the infrastructure growth. This is something that has been traditionally addressed and or through investments which take a long time in order for you to achieve or to execute a solution. So there are two perspectives. The first one is that there's a huge opportunity to create quality, flexibility in terms of the infrastructure. So there's a significant opportunity to improve capacities within a shorter time frame. So when you have more integrated terminals, when you have boarding uh, integrated solutions in the airlines and airports. So I think that flexibility allows closing this huge gap in terms of infrastructure by achieving more logistics and the capacity to increase it. Just to give you an example, there have been plans in 20 years, and it changes the realities in 5 or 6 or 7 years. So in 20 years' time, there will be an increase in capacity. We cannot allow this to happen. We need to try to find other alternatives that may even generate savings in terms of investment, but also to trigger that the possibility to increase infrastructure. And the second one, which is strategic, is how are we suggesting the plans and the master plans at the airports are not integrating the air carrier. Integrating the air carrier is an essential part to make sure that the airport can define and this paradigm of the strategic plan, that this is something taking place in the long term thinking of the future air traffic. The challenge today is not how many airports are we going to have. It's what's the infrastructure in terms of infrastructure, what's the trend in terms of quality at the airport. And this is why the air operator carrier has to be involved in this master plan and design in order to execute it the best way possible. Now, along these lines, these masters plans, they have to be reviewed. We cannot, we they have to those concessions have to be reviewed every 5 years. So in order to determine that there is if there's changes in the market, we should update the master plan as well. Now, in terms of the master plan challenges, at times we develop projects that do not connect air and ground. So we're at times limited because they build a huge airport with 1,000 gates with land solutions that are really important. But when there's no connection with the airspace, so there has to be a comprehensive approach in this regard, and that will be my conclusion. We need to become more flexible. We need to increase capabilities, and we need to make sure that the air operator becomes a comprehensive part of these master plans in order to transfer quality service solutions to the client. Roberto, uh, are you sharing this diagnosis, the need for the air operator to be part of the design and the concept of the master plans? Uh, from your company, what would you suggest to include in those plans? Well, I think it is important for airlines to participate in any planning of an airport. I mean, it's like when you contract an architect that will design your home and does not consider your ideas to determine which are your needs. How many kids you have? Do you like to eat in the family room or in the kitchen? So it is extremely important for airlines to participate directly in any strategic plan of any type of infrastructure, but it is also important to make sure that the airports and the regulating entities regulating airports become more technical and optimize. A two runway airport can manage a certain amount of flights in a civilized country, but in a country lacking that technology, they will just use one part of it. So, so they have the air controllers have to be become more qualified. They need to optimize the land and air relation to optimize the infrastructure, and you need to optimize when we talk about customs, you all go to an airport that looks very nice, and then you have to spend 2 or 3 hours in customs because the head of customs is not directly related to the airport administration, and he doesn't care to have another 40 persons working at the airport or to make things technical to do it to use a biometric process. So they don't have to wait 2 or 3 hours to go through customs or to go through migrations. And we need to look at this at the user's perspective. What's the experience of the users? Which are the touch points that have to be improved and technified in order to invest, to succeed, to make sure that the user can gain a better experience. Roberto, you spoke about the integration of the process when you arrive to a country. I'm thinking a regional integration to facilitate mobility within the region. Just to give you an example, when we talk about cruise and the flag, uh, Peter, I'm going to ask this question: What what's the improvement needed? I think that at the political level in the region, we have several agencies that have developed by Mercosur or by the different states. The policy is there, but the procedures are not being applied. We spoke about technology. It is not to lay cement or to have a huge terminal. It's about using the efficiencies or the technology we have, and this is what is affecting us in the region. We cannot have a passenger traveling on a 1.5 hour flight, but the experience to go through the security checks or migration, it takes 2 hours and a half. So what happens in order for you to maintain an efficient operation? Airlines demand passengers to go 2 or 3 hours before the flight. That's not an efficient way to manage the time of passengers, and we're also saturating the terminals without any need because passengers have to spend hours at the airport because we're not maximizing that technology. The same applies to the complexity in our airlines in the region, where we have a cooperative style, which is different. We have cruise or airlines of the different countries, but they cannot maximize their resources, their airplanes, or their people. In our sector, I mean, we need to copy. There's nothing to make. In Spain, the largest airline is Ryanair, and it can fly from Madrid to Palma de Mallorca in Ryanair, which is an Irish airline, doing one domestic flight with an Italian crew and an aircraft that is registered in France. In our case, in our region, it is extremely complicated for LATAM or Avianca or other airlines to operate with the same efficiency and flexibility that we're managing in Europe. Is Europe better than Latin America? No. I mean, we have the same concepts, the same airplanes, but we're not applying the efficiencies that we have at the regulatory or technological level in order to maximize and to have a much more efficient industry, which is what we are aiming at. And I would say, I think that we have progressed on this pathway, and I think that there are other operators that are using flexible figures, not only operational but commercial. And in the region, we have been using the operational flexibility figure that has allowed resources to be easier among the different airlines. I mean, we're not talking about the different airlines. The LATAM groups has the exchange figure used by other companies, where you have the flexibility to move airplanes with a different flag, and this generates a cost benefit, but also a passenger service benefit. So what do we need? We still have barriers that are difficult and that have to be developed from the labor perspective in terms of the crew, the possibility to have crews, Colombian crews in Chile and vice versa. And there are many restrictions in terms of the percentage you can use. So you're losing that flexibility that you're gaining with the airplane resource, but at the end of the day, you cannot use it by 100% because there are more issues related to the crews. But there are pilots who are licensed, who can be used, and I agree with Peter. There are many opportunities that we can leverage on in this regard, but we have been progressing, and I think that we will gradually gain that learning that will have a positive effect not only in service but also in the cost in terms of what you want to offer your passenger at the regional level. And Bianca, Roberto, how do you perceive this process, this integration process? Do you see that there's still a long way to go? Well, I think that there's a lot of progress made. I mean, in the past 20 years, you couldn't use an airplane that was registered in Peru. You couldn't operate that airplane or that aircraft in Colombia. You could operate that from Peru to Colombia, but you could not use this as a Colombian air flight to fly from there to Caracas and for national flights. It took a while, but I mean, with the cruise, the situation is a little bit more difficult. There are labor issues, and the labor aspects make things even more difficult. But we have progressed a lot, and I think that we can keep on progressing by standardizes the regulations. This is an important aspect because as you standardize the different regulations, you can be confident that the person that is providing the service has the same level of certification and the license required and that they have attended the same courses and the same skills. So, and I think that we're progressing a little bit on this, but we could expedite this process a little bit more. We're talking about how to set the grounds to promote the tourism sector, but I would like to go into more detail. What type of tourism are we talking about? Is it more recreational, leisure, more business-like? Uh, I mean, the Latin American region and the Caribbean. Um, what type of tourists would you like to attract? Where do they have to come from? There is global competence on tourism. Should we specialize in something very specific? We we have a huge potential. We are, as a region, are a reservoir of sustainability that is the most important in the planet. 15% of the territory globally, 42% of the biodiversity in the globe. Our wealth in terms of culture is outstanding in the region. Now, with respect to the prior topic, I do believe that if we understand that tourism needs to consider the destination and a transfer of to the different countries. For those countries traveling most commonly to our destination, I think that the work of governments and companies should be joined. Uh, they have to work together. We need to deregulate everything that has to be deregulated. We need to allow our region to fly freely. I'm not talking about open skies, but free skies. And and to a certain extent, there will be success in terms of the development of our regions. And then lastly, we need to look at the markets with the highest expenditure. China is they spend $200 billion per year. They spend in traveling packages. And then it works through proximity, but we have a market like the US and they spend $150 billion per minute, and together with Canada, they can be at the same level as China. And if we add in South America, Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina and other countries, if we add them together, we can increase this significantly. The traditional market in general, Italy and France, they account for 300 billion of expenditures per year. So this whole policy has to be willing to tackle these markets, especially to cover the first ones. And these markets are they generate a lot of tourism funds, and we need to try to make sure that these billions and billions of dollars are do make it to our destination. So this is the major challenge. We need to capture more productivity in our sector in terms of the destinations. Tourism is a huge export, to call it that way. The more people we have, more products we will sell, and this includes currency. When we talk about what type of tourism, this is the conversion. A tourist is a person that by making money in one country will spend it in a different country. So we want more people to spend their money in Latin America and the Caribbean. There has to be a transfer of the wealthiest countries to the ones to those developing countries. So this will also one way to establish this type of connection. We and these are areas that will become very important. So this is tourism, and this creates connection, and the connectivity is quite basic. There is no tourism if there's no connectivity. Connectivity and tourism, they are the same thing. So I'm going to go back to connectivity. I wanted to continue with these sources of tourism. Who are the persons we need to think? How do airlines apply these in their commercial strategies? How can we plan the way to attract the highest number of tourists? Roberto?
Es un proceso muy exhaustivo, se basa mucho en
I think that this is a company that will be only used to pay taxes, and if the company believes that it will do a deal in the country, then we will be wrong. We must become strategic partners in the development of this type of pool. There, the training will be part of the challenge of that our governments will have bilingual operators, betting on bilingual people, the training of human resources, accommodation, gastronomy, and transportation, and in the sector, we still have a lot of gaps, and we're lacking airplanes, and but I am absolutely optimistic. And I am optimistic because when we get to know the planet and when we look at the paradigm that we're going to have globally, which will be artificial intelligence, where technology will do as much as it can, what's going to be left to the human being will be the most human part of. Of this, we're going to be human beings, and the interaction among the affection humans, these are major activities that will end up in the hands of humans. And within this context, not only Latin America and the Caribbean, this is the sustainability, and Latin America and the Caribbean, they have the emotional aspect of this planet. It may be boring. Europe is aging. The Middle East, I mean, they have to adapt, but we are having fun. We're dancing. We hug each other. So, and I think that this is something that is reflected in the brand that we have as Latin America. So, and I am truly convinced that this growth and this projection that we're talking about, uh, this implies one of the major potentials. So this is where the governments need to understand, because the air transportation industry is a cash cow. It's like the milking cow. Or do you think that this is one mode of essential transportation? Air transportation in the vast majority of our countries is not a public transportation. Our industry is known as a luxury mode of transportation. If we look at a country like Brazil, Brazil is the size of Europe. Argentina, north and south. It goes from Lisbon without any transportation, without during the COVID period. We would have had millions and millions of people dying because these are the communities because we're going into St. Valentine's. 94% of the flowers uh, in Latin America, in Colombia included, they are exported by air. If it weren't by air, I mean, those flowers wouldn't make it to Amsterdam or Moscow. I mean, air transportation is essential, but our governments do not see it as a strategic partners or as that milking cow. Erika, going back to you, and apart from the challenge, I think that this is a topic that we need to keep on addressing. And these challenges, we're looking at the environmental challenge. As with every challenge, this entails an opportunity. And I want to know how does the industry need to handle this in the region? From I mean in in they're focusing on the stick and the carrot analogy. So we need to change the approach that we have given to this. We've always seen sustainability or the environment as something to mitigate. In LATAM, for a few years, we've seen this as sustainability. Sustainability is part of the business. This is part of our decision making. This is the value proposition that we have for the client. People buy from you because you're more sustainable. When they make decisions, I think that we need to change the paradigm that sustainability is a mitigating factor. It is becoming a part of ourselves. So there are important challenges for the industry nowadays. We have the SAP challenge. There's an MIT study that was supported, and there are relevant outcomes for the region, indicating that there is capacity for production. And in the case of Colombia, there is capacity to develop projects that will generate exports and the benefit not only of Colombia's supplier but also for the general region in general. So this is a sustainable fuel, and where governments will become a critical part in the development of this process. Brazil, uh, Colombia made the decision establish a roadmap and a clear regulation in order to make sure that SAP becomes viable not only in the region. Now, the major challenge in this case as operators and as governments is to first develop a public policy that will allow SAP to become part of the region. The second thing is that this has to go hand in hand with incentives from the government because SAP is going to be expensive initially. So we need to make sure that we can find a trade-off to become more sustainable. So we need to find those incentives. And the other thing is that we need to continue in the change. So this is why what we're discussing is really important in terms of the airport because airports will be essential to the extent that the SAP is involved. And apart from this, they need to understand that this is not going to be the full solution. So therefore, they need to find other ways to become more sensitive, more sustainable to reduce this environmental risk that we have at hand. But we have a great opportunity, in my opinion. And this is going hand in hand in the region. But whatever we're doing, we need to benefit from this.
About sustainable fuels, green fuels. Do you share the opportunity that is necessary to promote it in the region? I think that what has been said is true. We need a public policy to promote the use of a fuel that we can use with our public policy that is strong, that has weight, that truly leads for executing projects for formulated SAP. It will be impossible for us to use it. We have to have a public policy that is holistic so we can have access to those kinds of fuels. I wanted to complement on what Erica said. Nowadays, we don't produce not a single liter of SAF in our region. Zero. Even we have the first factory to produce it in Paraguay this year, precisely. So the opportunity, and Erica said it, the region, given the wealth, the richness in the nature, could become in the new to the new Middle East of traditional fuel in our region with SAF. But we need to policies, the public policy to promote the incentive, the law, the legislation for the region to be ready. We have to start now. Otherwise, these factories won't be ready in 7, 8 years. When we spoke on the connectivity, if there's a risk on the connectivity in our region, especially on a region such as Europe, if we don't have the laws and the coordination, the connectivity in our region with other regions will be harmed because we won't be able to fly to those regions, or if we fly, it will be so expensive given the taxes that we have that these airlines will decide will travel less in Europe or in North America because we won't be able to compete regionally, or we don't have the funds to comply with the framework, with the regulatory framework, especially SAF. It's not what cannot happen here in the region is that we don't want that other regions to tell us the future of our growth, and Europe is headed that way. But the industry has a objective for 2050 to be carbon neutral. So being producers of SAF with the natural resources we have is one of the big opportunities in the region that we cannot miss. And simply to remember that aside from that, 90% of people who arrive to our region, they reach by plane. 90% of the human interaction towards Latin America and the Caribbean takes place in the air. And that's why that phrase from I'm semiologist, connectivity or that. So I have to make it clear that we need essentially connectivity to grow. There's no chance to grow in the region if we don't have an intense development of connectivity. Okay, thank you. Uh, would you like to add something? Okay, no. We missed a bit on the integrality of airports, that topic that perhaps I missed that part in the integral development line in countries. Sometimes one sees the airports as the as cities develop them, and I think that's a very big opportunity. Jumping from one country to another, sometimes we don't realize that within our countries themselves, there's big chances for airports not to be hub one or the secondary the other, but to start to develop them in a more integral way that allows us to be competitive even internally to generate that tourism, that international tourism, or to be receivers of that tourism. Because sometimes, if everything has to go to the hub, you start to lose competitiveness. So that's a missing part. Yeah, I could spend 2 more hours speaking with you about this industry because, as I said at the beginning, you have a complementary points of view. So I think the conversation has been enriching precisely because of that. So what's before the egg or the chicken or what's first, tourism or connectivity? So they come along in the same level. So thank you for attending, and I leave you with the next panel. Thank you. We thank our moderator Amanda Mars, who is the director of Cinco Vias, an excellent moderator for this session. Thank you. Gustavo Santos, Regional Director of United Nations Tourism, Peter Sobulas, Vice President of IATA for the Americas, Roberto Pieter, President of Avianca, Board of Directors, Ángel Salanti Baram, CEO of Latin Airlines Colombia. Thank you for your resilience and patience this first session. We did it, so thank you, thank you. So invite you next after this session of airport infrastructure and air connectivity engines for regional development. We invite you to launch in the channel 1. So we go back at 3:15 with our schedule in the same room. So please download through the QR code to register, fill the form, and to be ready with your headsets. In the channel to the right hand, you can choose the language you want. 3:15, we meet again. Thank you. switch your headsets to channel 4 so we can start. Choose Azul Floor within the options. Azul Floor if you're in the app. And if you're from the devices with headsets, you choose channel 4, number 4, for Spanish. And we'll start with the panel. Thank you for staying. We remind you the indicator from the app, you choose Azul Floor, and from the devices, you choose channel 4 for Spanish. If you need the QR code, you can approach your your spot, and you can fill the form if you haven't done so before. Welcome everybody again. I will be joining you in this block of talks. Welcome. My name is John De Leon, and I will be joining you in this session room, parallel sessions within the framework of the International Economic Forum, Latin America and the Caribbean, how to reform the trend of growth, an event organized by CAF, the Bank for Development for Latin America and the Caribbean, and the Panamanian government with the support of PRISA Group, Work in Progress, and the uh, Businessmen Council. This is a great opportunity to expand your network of contacts. We have developed this app for networking where you can know about the agenda of the event. You can contact other attendees and expand your network of contacts. Please download it by scanning the QR code that our partners have, and the one that you will see in the screen as well. You should start the session and use the photocaf code. This event is broadcasted in 3 languages via streaming, and we have simultaneous interpretation. We invite you to share your experiences and insights in social network by using the hashtag PhotoEconomicalCAF and follow us through at AgendaCAF in X, Instagram, and Facebook. So we can carry on with the talk beyond these walls and reach a global audience. In these sessions, Clean Energy is the potential of the region for accelerating the energy transition. We'll analyze the opportunities and developments that we face in the transition towards more sustainable sources of energy. We encourage you to get involved in the discussion and use this space for establishing valuable connections. Next, a video that we will give some context on this topic. Latin America and the Caribbean surpasses the global average of 29%. Also, it has abundant resources for solar and wind energies and geothermal and green hydrogen, positioning itself in one of the most promising areas to promote a sustainable energy and competitive model. However, the uneven development and the lack of regulatory framework have prevented the expansion of these capabilities, leaving an untapped opportunity to diversify economies and creating quality employment. How the government, the private sectors, and the multilateral entities in Latin America and the Caribbean collaborate to turn this wealth into an agent for economic growth and sustainability. Which strategies are requested to attract investment, to develop innovative technologies, and to encourage regional cooperation for the energy integration? How Latin America and the Caribbean can move from being a region that is rich in resources to becoming to a worldwide benchmark transition and energy and wealth in Latin America, an opportunity to reach prosperity. International Economic Forum, Latin America and the Caribbean 2025. CAF Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean. So let's move, and I would like to welcome Sandra Cana, Director of Transport and Energy of CAF, who will lead this conversation. Welcome, Sandra. And I would like to receive in this panel our guest. She's Francis Baron, who is the former Chief Executive Officer of CRI, who joins us in this panel. To welcome her, to welcome Andrea Claren Juranovic, Senior Vice President of Siemens Energy Latin America and Vice President of Siemens Energy Brazil. Welcome. We have Giuliano Franco, Executive Director of Zeus Energy. Good afternoon. Andrea Revillar, Executive Secretary of OLADE. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. And Juan Ricardo Ortega, President, who's the President of the Energía Bogotá Group. Good afternoon. So you have Sandra Conde, Director of Transportation and Energy of CAF, will be the moderator. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us in this space where we'll be speaking and reflecting on the potential that our region has to accelerate the energy transition. We're in a context, in a global context, where the climate crisis and the energy transition has a crucial relevance. We were told in the plenary session this morning on the relevance for these countries to advance and commit on develop public policies and investments that speed up the transition in energy and to become carbon neutral according to the acquired commitments in the Paris Agreement. I would like to start by asking to start a conversation, a general question to all the panel members. If you can develop a bit on which challenges does our region have for Latin America and the Caribbean to tap that potential in the renewable energies and to comply with that main role in the acceleration of the energy transition. Francine, if you would like to speak, please go ahead.
For investing in renewable energies, including ocean technology, wind, solar, and geothermal. And certainly for Dominica in particular, we have focused on geothermal development. And the greatest challenge that we find in relation to developing the geothermal is the high capital cost that is required in order to invest in that area. It's a significant investment that is required. And one of the challenges is that countries of the Caribbean in particular, there are so many competing priorities that sometimes the funding is not available to invest in the way that we would want to. Notwithstanding the fact that we have committed to 100% renewable energy by 2030. And so that is one of the areas, even in relation to geothermal, for example, or even renewable energies generally, to be able to have those energies connect to the grid usually requires there to be significant changes to the grid system itself. Uh, of course, climate change is a major factor. We are a region that is very vulnerable to climate change, and therefore the incidence of impacts of extreme weather events also affects that ability. And for us in Dominica, geothermal has seen to be one of the better areas to develop in renewable energy for us, particularly because we have significant geothermal resources, and it's power that you can have on a 24-hour basis. It's not affected by, for example, for solar, where it's only a certain period of the day that you'll be able to have solar. Of course, the question of access to the required technical skills is also a factor that restricts the development of renewable energies as well. So those are some of the factors that affects the ability to move very quickly in that area. But it's an area that we are committed to becoming involved in a greater way. And so these are some of the challenges that one has to face and to develop appropriate ways of mitigating those challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Francine. And
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos.
Good
Muchísimas
afternoon,
gracias.
everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. I start with the bad news. First bad news is that climate change has a disproportionate impact in the tropical and Ecuadorian countries, insular countries, and we're experiencing this today. The first one, mankind regrettably is walking in the wrong direction, and we're in the scenario of 1.6 Celsius. This means that we're walking quickly through the 3 Celsius above the goals we want, and it doesn't seem that COP30 will deliver much more given the geopolitical scenario we have today. On 3 Celsius, the economic life that we know today wouldn't exist, something else. All the science says that life will be very different, especially in spaces such as Latin America. This starts there because not only Latin America has to make the energy transition because it needs it or because it promised it or for several reasons, but we're far, we're within an adaptation model. Adaptation today means what do we do? How do we live this new reality? And the good news is the Latin America is not the problem, it's the solution. Latin America is in almost all the region the solution for the planet. We're the powerhouse, green powerhouses, also mineral producers and inputs that could be led by CAF on the idea of the nearshoring. That's one of the most powerful ideas that we have in front of us. The continental region, such as ours, first thing we have to do is to be the main stakeholder. But the main part is ourselves is to have a regional physical integration in the renewables. And I will speak about this later. Gas, which was a mission field, now is much less polluting, and there could be a solution in times of adaptation. So, bad news are there, but we have to adapt Latin America is the solution. It's not the problem. We have a COP theory ahead, and we can. The first one that has to take care of ourselves is ourselves. Nobody will take care of ourselves without ourselves organizing. Thank you. Thank you, Andre. And precisely, we have been highlighting throughout these sessions the relevance of our region as a region for solutions. And I would like to ask Juliano from his perspective, being a solution region, what are we facing in order to empower that role that we can play to revert this bad news? Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Sandra, for the opportunity. Speaking about the region, I think we have a series of pending tasks as a region. Adding to the words of Andre, going to the topic of nearshoring, we today have still many integration challenges within the region. We're a region where we have countries such as Peru and Argentina that are exporters of natural gas, and countries such as Brazil and Chile who are importers, with the difference that the exports go outside the region and imports come from outside the region as well. So I think we have a challenge, a key challenge in regards to integration as a region to make use of our resources within the region itself to to face the challenge in this event is how we retake the trend of growth. And I think that here I be within the in parallel we speak about this event like the Davos of Latin America is that conversation, that union, that work that is done in part by Olade, by Lacia, but to take it to a role of action that allow us effectively to make better use of resources. Today we have Argentina that do a great favor to the region with the discovery of Vaca Muerta deposits. However, we're not visualizing it, we're not using it to empower as a region and precisely retaking the trend of development. So, Sandra, I think that our great challenge is in lines in the energy, in energy integration and the nearshoring in the region as for energy. Thank you, Juliana. And Andres said he highlighted the relevance of the integration, energy integration to develop these projects. And in this regard, I will ask Andres if you can expand on the relevance this topic has for accelerating the energy transition in our region and the world. Thank you, thank you.
For the invite. I want to take advantage to talk about this transition. This is a contribution to the global challenge into energy transition. LATAM and the Caribbean, they represent 5% of the energy sector globally. We emit 8% of greenhouse gases. What the difference compared to the world that only 40% of that 80% is coming from the energy sector? Has to do with with the specificities of Latin America and the Caribbean. We are extremely rich in terms of energy resources, and we complement each other. And I want to stress on this because by complementing each other, there are countries that require energy and can be provided by the neighbor, and this is adequate for the energy sector because we need to implement important political decisions in order to progress along these lines. But we're also, in this concept, we are the greenest region globally. Our primary supply, particularly in energy and electrical energy, that the one produced is based on clean sources. The footnote is that 40% is hydro, which entails a very important challenge based on the climate change and the emergencies that the countries have experienced in the past few years. So if you look at now, in terms of technologies in particular, what's growing significantly is solar and wind energy. 2024 solar energy in the region grew by 30%, the wind energy grew by 14%. And what's most interesting, everything built today in the region is clean energy. So this is why the projection is is towards growth in this regard. In many countries, I'm coming from Chile, mining or in other sectors where the main source of or sectors of investments are being made in energy, and this is a very important aspect in terms of the economic growth and how the investment in this context is contributing to that. However, and the paradox that we have here is that 2024, we've seen this as a trend, transformation in the mid and long term, but they coexist with short-term crisis. And in 2024, we saw the consequence of the climate change in Latin America and the Caribbean, and that consequence implied 6 countries with electricity shortages. So there's a duality here that reinforces the effort of diversification and also of planning. And just to give you some context of Olave, the ministers last year decided to create a regional planning council in order to move towards that direction. And then and it also reinforces another important phenomenon that we as Olave, this is part of our DNA, which is the need to keep on building energy integration in Latin America from the electrical, gas, and regulatory standpoint. At times, the regulations are sometimes left aside, but that plays a leading role in terms of this integration. Last year, 2024, and and so far in 2025, integration has part of the response of energy security issues in a region. This is why it is important to mention that there's an element that has to mobilize the decision makers in order to keep on progressing on that direction. Then a panorama, just to give you some additional information, and this is something that is coming up conclusively, particularly in 2024, as an emerging aspect, which is nuclear energy. Nowadays, many countries are having conversations on incorporating this technology, which was considered differently in the debate. The offshore wind energy, some countries have bidding processes underway, and then we will see the energy panorama. We will see that wind offshore energy will play a leading role for variable renewable energies. And this is an effort that is analyzing the region as part of the new energy frontiers or borders based on the hydrogen economy. All these efforts, talking about Latin America as a solution, they are related to the possibility to grow into a more sustainable energy arena, being more renewable and more safe. It not only contributes to society but also to our economic growth and sustainability. And this will also attract investment in the power shoring of in terms of the attribute as a main element to bring investment, important investments in our economies. Thank you, Andres. You spoke about security and in terms of the electric or the power supply. When we talk about energy transition, we cannot leave aside these public policy objective or goal. I would ask Juan Ricardo, can you please talk about the relevance of doing these investments in order to guarantee energy security? Yes, thank you. And thank you for the invitation and for such an important and pressing conversation. The world is facing not only this crisis due to climate change, but this also entails a technology period change. When you look at the demand of energy by new technologies, data centers, you you look at this, if you look at data centers and AI, energy demands are not the usual 2% that we notice in Latin America. You can think about the 10% growth per year, and these 10% growth per year needed to address different data center demands opportunities where Latin America, like in Chile, Peru, and Colombia, these infrastructure implies air conditioning systems, and in Latin America, these consumption could be relieved at the high mountains. Projects are not achieved because the legislation are not understanding that the impact of failing in the projects is more severe compared to implementing those projects. The social consultation processes in Latin America are so complex and and they have so many obstacles that projects are taking 10 years, and the damage cost is huge in the case of Bogota, given the possibility to have transmission lines they're being generated with carbon and with coal, and it is not possible to bring these lines. Because they make up all type of arguments to block this process, and I think that this is the main discussion in Latin America. The regulatory frameworks of Latin America, they're copied from the U.S. and they were developed back in the 70s to give people power to block it. Large mining companies, large oil company could affect the community given the power and the money they had. Now, these are the legislations being used today to stop the clean energy projects. If no conversation takes place led by CAF, indicating that regional projects are needed to implement transmission lines and clean energy lines to make them reasonable, investment will never take place. Projects are taking such a long time, and uncertainty will kill you. Thank you, Juan Ricardo. And I want to take, I want to stay to stick to you just to add a little bit to that opinion, that point, which is extremely important in terms of the development of energy transition. What's the role that the companies in the sector play in the planning and execution process of these investments? How can we, from the companies, expedite these times it takes to implement these projects? So back to me. Okay, I'm sorry. Sandra, I think that we need to foster regulatory changes, and we need to learn that these projects need to talk to the citizens from the moment they're planned, not only in the execution. We need to learn, we need to engage the different communities that will be affected because they don't like the towers, because they don't want to be any projects nearby, because the people are afraid, based on what the media has said. So if you do not get to the community in the early stages and engage them early in the project, it will be very difficult to solve. Solutions like like Alaska, where the royalties and royalties paid are given to the people, that will be interesting because it will be very difficult. They will never approve this. It is natural for these energies to. They're normally placed on distant places and at times forgotten. So the person coming in, if this person doesn't produce anything, this will affect those marginal communities. So these spaces need to be generated. This is something that was achieved in Alaska. The royalties paid by the mining, they are in pro rata to the population living in that area, and those alternatives should be encouraged in order to allow for that dividend to reach the different communities. Thank you. When we talk about energy transition, we always use the word fair. I mean, not leaving anyone behind or affecting the the those policies aiming at correcting poverty and are talking about fair energy transition includes considering gas as fuel for transition. This is what we have understood in CAV. Given the strategic decision, we're supporting the development of these projects. And in this regard, I would like to ask uh, my following question is for Andres. Andres, could you please talk about you spoke about the gas integration uh, to solve energy security. This implies reaching the agreement among different countries pursuing the same objectives, but with different regulations. What can you say? How can we cope with these challenge in the region to move on with the investments to strengthen the potential gas integration that we may implement in the region? Thank you. I think, well, first of all, from the conceptually, politically, nowadays, integration alliances are more needed than ever. This is something we see in practice. I've said before, this is part of the response to very complex issues in our countries. When there are sudden in technologies technology changes, the geopolitics that we are seeing, changes that we see nowadays, alliance in Latin America is fundamental. And in my opinion, the ministers of energy working together around the OLADE, they support it. They have understood this, and there are many initiatives that we have fostered agreeing regional targets, collective targets. I mean, just before, just Latin America and the Caribbean, there's a target to reach 70%, I'm sorry, 80% electric generation by 2030. uh, to avoid the use of coal. This is part of the dynamic, and this is part of the contribution of agencies like ours. Just a couple of comments in terms of the description of the sector, which is important to look at the relevance of the sector. Latin America is represents 4% of the global production of natural gas globally. 75% of what Latin America is consuming of natural gas is produced in our own region. In other words, we are not self sufficient, but we're very close to that. The most relevant thing is the future perspective. We are every year we prepare an overview of the stocks in Latin America. We look into 2050 to achieve a carbon neutral approach. So if we go to 2050, natural gas will it will be there in our system with a robust presence. So this is why it is clear that these will it will be there, and it will be one of the main products for decarbonization, not only for energy or electric generation, but also the demand of energy, which is a very important part of decarbonization. And therefore, I do believe that from this perspective, the alliance that we have established with CAF in order to visualize this and to give more future perspective with the countries member of OLADE, it makes sense, and it is a complete priority and useful for our countries. Integrating around natural gas, it's giving more competitiveness to our economies, is to contribute to decarbonization, given the footprint that it has in terms of other hydrocarbons, contributing to the economic growth as a sector and to the energy security, which is so relevant and has become so evident in terms of what has happened in the years in 2024 in some of the countries. Let's talk about Argentina. Let's talk about Vaca Muerta. And in Southern America, where there's great potential, it is very likely that this energy will imply more energy integration in the upcoming decades. Thank you. Those are really interesting. I would like to ask Giuliano, considering the gas supply that we have in the region, what are the investment opportunities that we have in our region in order to guarantee that this gas supply can connect to the demand? Thank you, Sandra. One of the projects that we are promoting in the private sector in Paraguay, this is a project that seeks to connect that huge natural gas supply in Argentina to the huge demand in Brazil. This is a project that basically connects the northern part of Argentina through the Chapo Paraguayo to the Brazilian gas line in the Mato Grosso system, specifically in the city of Campo Grande. In terms of going back to growth, this project will allow to bring this energy from Argentina to Brazil to reach uh, at the 30% below the cost that the Brazilian industry is currently paying for natural gas. So these also add to what we spoke about when we talk about fair energy transition. These will allow us to continue with the transition responsibly. And this project, in addition to where we'll talk about the major challenges that we have with transmission lines in order to bring this gas through the territories, and what these well, and the negotiation with the communities, this project is going on the side of an existing paved road. Therefore, social permits are quite simple. The environmental permits are quite simple. The legislation is going to be accessible, and these are opportunities that our region needs to leverage on, and and that it and it really needs to capitalize on this from a standpoint which implies the energy integration. So this project, when you look at it in terms of the duct system in the region, it connects the Pacific to the Atlantic for gas purposes. The most complex the most complex thing of connecting the two oceans, which is providing or bringing or laying the pipeline along the Andes coordinate mountain chain. And given the challenges of Brazil in terms of the environmental process, that's work that has been done. These are 1,050 kilometers of a gas line system with the different permits in a flat area. There are no rocks, there are no special works, and therefore we may reach the regional interconnection for energy purposes. In addition to what Andres mentioned, the bad news is that the climate change is affecting us differently in the different regions, as as indicated by the Secretary of Olade. At times there are um, countries with a surplus, but and that the surplus is needed by the country next door, and there's no interconnection. So this is what we need to implement, this type of solutions, and what we need to have is a little bit more of will in order to make the decisions to make this a reality.
Gracias, Julián.
Thank you,
Escuchándote,
Giuliano.
pensaba
I
la
was thinking about
importancia
the
que tiene el
importance
sector
of the
privado
private sector as a key player to develop all the different investments to help us implement all the different investments to diversify our energy grid. I would like to ask Andres, what will be the role? What's the role that the private sector will play in the development of these investments? I mean, I think energy is money. And at the Bitcoin times, I mean, energy is translates into money. So, and it is true in several countries, there are very well consolidated experiences of private participation in the energy space. Chile, Brazil is completely private, except for one state-owned company that will become private very shortly, and the relation with the private sector implies investment. So there's no fair energy transition only with state money. Forget about that. The world, not only Latin America, has a fiscal issue. Germany just had a change government. In Germany is one of the most stable countries globally. Now, I mean, so what we have to do with the private sector is we need to do a blended finance, and CAP is expert. I think this is the best financial bank in the region, and they do it right. The government gets rid of the risk, and the private invests. So what we're seeing right now is that and right-wing transitions where the government perceives that there's no need to make a direct investment in transmission or generation infrastructure, that's when that's where they create the rules, the regulations, the certification, environmental certification systems. So they simply get rid of those risks that will be passed on to the private sector, and therefore there is no energy transition without any blended finance. So the world has discovered this. This is a protectionist world, the free trade, and the free trade world is over. This is not just about protection for trade. It is there is an ultra protection for investment. The new North American leadership is all bet. I mean, he's simply there. So this means a couple of important aspects. First, not only within each country uh, do we need to recognize that the private energy sector plays a leading role, talking about gas, petroleum, and electricity. This is something worth accepting. Other countries are going backwards, and some countries believe that taking over the private companies to make them owned by the state is important. So not only for the country itself, but the OLADE world. I was talking to Andres here 10 years ago when we spoke about OLADE in terms of regional integration. Our colleagues looked at Andres and they said, well, he's a communist. And the private sector is interested on the physical integration. Now, if we talk about renewable energies, which having options to send energy, that is extremely expensive. So Brazil has 34 gigawatts of solar and wind energy. That cannot be connected. So imagine this energy going to Chile and Argentina precisely when they most need it. So these are huge losses taking place today that could add value in the balance sheets of the different countries. So this is the role of the private sector. This is part of of society. The private sector stays when the governments leave. So that's the role of private entities, and I think the majority of private capital in our region has reached interesting levels of maturity, governance, and we do expect that the leaders of the countries can recognize this and that CAP can help us regulate a region better. Thank you, Andres. Yes. And from CAF, understanding the importance and the participation of the private sector, we also have the mandate of the directors to strengthen the sector to have a leading role in the socioeconomic development. Francine, we spoke about the climate crisis in general term. What are the public policies that should prevail in order for countries to develop resilient sectors?
Okay, I think it's important to look at climate adaptation, climate mitigation, and also sustainable development. And so it's important for countries to have national development plans that reflect those areas. Those are critical, looking at how one can strengthen your institutions so that at an institutional level, persons are all aligned to the idea of building greater resilience, looking at sustainable development with a resilience lens, ensuring that policies are updated and that the budgeting is viewed in light of the climate requirements. And so strong institutional systems are critical. Also looking at ensuring that we have well-planned and durable infrastructure. That is critical. Infrastructure is one of the areas that is significantly impacted by climate change. And so we have to look at how we can improve our building codes, look at green building codes, and ensure that roads, bridges, public infrastructure is much more resilient and better able to withstand the impact of extreme weather events. How do we make our productive sectors more resilient? Agriculture, tourism, fisheries, looking at water management systems, how we can ensure that our water management systems are more resilient. One of the challenges that we face in the future is scarcity of water. And so we have to look at what are best practices that we can follow in ensuring that we look at different technologies to utilize our water resources, look at issues of irrigation, wastewater management, and those sort of areas. Important to overall resilience is also the question of diversifying your economy. In the Caribbean region, our main areas, economic areas, are agriculture, tourism, fisheries. Those are sectors that are particularly vulnerable to climatic events. How do we look at diversifying the economy to embrace digital technologies, looking at ways in stimulating industry, looking at how we can use our renewable energy potential to stimulate industry. One of the areas, for example, that we have looked at for Dominica in particular in the geothermal field is how we can develop our geothermal resources, which are we have much more resources than we could ever use in geothermal. And there's a potential for being able to provide other islands in the region with renewable energy. And so it comes back to the point that was raised earlier. How do we share our resources with other countries as well to help in achieving their renewable energy goals? And how do we also utilize our resources, which are significant, to invest in green areas? Areas that include green hydrogen, green ammonia, green fuels. So there is a lot of potential to develop our renewable energy to stimulate green industries in the region. And these are some of the areas that we can look at. Now, we have the ability to strengthen international partnerships to help with developing those areas. So institutions like CAF and others are critical for looking at innovative ways in which we can raise the financing that's necessary to make the significant infrastructure investments that are necessary to develop the renewable energies, whether it is in bringing parties together to look at how we can develop blended finance instruments, also looking at how we can better utilize green funds, and also to see how we can stimulate private sector as well, whether it is in financing or providing technical support, technical know-how, so that as a region we can invest in the renewable energy technologies and also to grow our economies in a more sustainable way.
Gracias, Francine, bastante claro. Aprovecho tus palabras
Thank you,
para
Francine.
destacar
Very
lo
clear.
primero que nos comentabas,
I would like to highlight the first thing you said on the relevance
en los
of
países para
institutionality
poder
in
garantizar
countries
seguridad
to be able
jurídica,
to
entre otras
guarantee legal
cosas, que
security,
puedan avalar
among other
las
things that could
inversiones.
endorse and bring investment. So thank you. To close the panel, I would like to invite to the podium to the National Secretary of Energy of Panama, Engineer Juan Manuel Urriola, who will close the panel with some words from his perspective from the National Department of Energy. Good afternoon. Welcome to Panama. Very interesting to have this forum on the topic of the energy transition. And to us, who have given some important steps in this direction, I would like to share some experiences that our energy sector has been advancing on. Aside from the canal, aside from the connectivity on how Panama is known, we're taking important steps in the energy sector. Approximately 12 years ago, we started strongly with the wind and solar topics, so we reinforce our hydroelectric capabilities to a large extent. This today has allowed us, for example, in the month of November, just past November, Panama was covering its demand with 100% renewable energy. Not only that, in that very same moment, we were exporting to Central America 200 megawatts. So that shows that something that was done back then was well done. On the way today, we have more than 1,100 mega in AMLG generation into plants, and the gas plant still has capability for a bit more. That gives us a big advantage and a well-diversified matrix that is allowing us today to be the safest country in the topics of covering its demand in the following years that many other countries in Central America don't have. So we are becoming an energy hub, and we will have the capability to cover the needs of our neighbors. And as important as this is that we're part of the integrated system of transmission for Central America, which works. Perhaps as it happens in every case, I would like to, we would like to work it better, but it's functioning well enough, and we're working on that to correct some topics that have not moved at the pace as others, as the market has gone through. And speaking about those needs, I do agree to what has been said here. We establish the policies, we make the planning. The private company answers to that planning and answers quickly. But what does it, what, what happens? Some things don't work in the same pace. Transmission, we have to pay attention to transmission. They're not going at the pace that planning needs, or the answer to the speed that on which the private sector meets that planning. In fact, we're facing serious problems that we're foreseeing as for transmission, and right now we're in a process of re-empowering some of our transmission lines. A topic that we mentioned in Asunción, along with the Minister of Energy of Colombia. We have taken again, after 11, 12 years, the topic of the interconnection with Colombia. This is an important interconnection because it has a new technology. It has a undersea cable, and it's direct coding. It's not only an interconnection; it's a state-of-the-art technology. And I was telling the executive secretary of OLADE that what at the beginning was seen as as a binational project. Today we see it as an intercontinental project, actually. So if we had had that interconnection that we started 12 years ago, by the way, I had to start it, by the way, perhaps Ecuador wouldn't have had the problems it's facing today. So here's the relevance of interconnection and why we should work in those interconnections. Not only as transmitters for electricity, they, they also take optic fiber that allow the communications within the countries and among the countries. So this way, I agree on what has been said. We thankfully, despite that we have a change of governments every 5 years, we have been able to know how to keep the main core of the energy policy. And that has allowed us to advance with the projects, for example, with the energy transition, to keep on developing the renewables, to look for new options for green hydrogen and subsequently ammonia. Here we have all the chips in the world crossing. So we have uh, to look for a way to make a bunkering with the new technologies that is being used, that will be used by chips as a fuel. And finally, to close, we do have and believe, clearly believe that the LNG is our transition fuel. We have conducted seismic testing in the Caribbean that we have important information that perhaps most likely will have good news from Panama from the supply point of view of that source and where we would like to have the capability to have a permanent power despite climate change. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary. Excellent participation to close the panel. I would like to thank Juan Ricardo, Andres, Giuliano, and Francine for their excellent interventions and for joining us to develop this planet on clean energies. We invite you to keep in the room so you can be part of the following panel. Thank you. I would like to invite you. We'll start right away with the following panel. We thank you before introducing the next group of guests. Thank you for joining this session of Clean Energies. We have explored how Latin America and the Caribbean, with their vast possibilities and biodiversity, natural resources, and growing technological training, could achieve a central panel where the transformation towards cleaner energy sources. These shared views highlight not only the challenges we face, but the opportunity that we have to become pioneers in energy innovation to create solutions that benefit the environment as local communities. So before going to the next panel, I would like to remind you that our event is broadcasted via streaming in 3 languages and we have simultaneous interpretation. We encourage you to share your experiences and insights in social networks using the hashtag ForoEconómicoCAF, and we continue through at Agenda Cafe next, Instagram and Facebook. We'd like to follow with the next session, how to attract more foreign investment to Latin America and the Caribbean, a space where our panel members, the following panel members, will share effective strategies to strengthen our economies. So let's move with the next panel of guests who are ready to share their views, their insights, and of course, their instinctive point of view. Thank you again. Applause to the finishing panelists, and we received the following group of panel members. Thank you. To give more context, on the next panel of foreign investment, I would like next to show this video that makes an introduction on the topic that we're going to talk about next. and financing with an impact close this gap to generate employment and to improve the sustainability in the business, which opportunities to attract investment to projects that have sustainable development in the region, how technological innovation can transform the models, which way small and middle-sized companies could integrate in these efforts for sustainable investment. International Economic Forum, Latin America and the Caribbean 2025, CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. Very interesting, and let's go right away with the discussion. So please take your seats because we will move forward with your contribution and to have your ideas on how we can achieve a more appealing environment for investment. I would like to invite Ned to moderate this space. We will speak about foreign investment in Latin America and the Caribbean to greet Lilia Luciano, who is a CLS News journalist who will moderate. Lilia. Journalist from CBS News who will be in charge of the moderation. Good afternoon, my name is Lilia Luciano. I am national correspondent for CBS News. I was in charge that you and everybody, to wear the headsets to make sure that you listen properly. So I will introduce the panel members that I know were gathering here. First, to join us in this session, we have Susan Siegel. I see Susan receiving her microphone and her headsets. Susan is the president and executive director of American Societies Council of the Americas for more than 20 years. With more than 20 years of experience in emerging markets, Susan has worked, let me see it, investment advisory with a strong focus in Latin America. We will be speaking about those opportunities of investment in Latin America. We also have Ignacio Panizo. So I will call him Nacho. He's the financial executive in companies such as Coca-Cola Company, where currently he is the senior VP of finance in Latin America. Coca-Cola Company with a hub in Costa Rica. He has experience in other companies such as Heineken, Microsoft, to name a few. I would like to greet Minister Victor Orlando Bisono, known Ito. We'll call you Ito Bisono or Ito. I've been told. Of course, he's politician and businessman from the Dominican Republic with a lengthy history in public service. He's the Minister of Industry and Trade of the Dominican Republic, position he has been at for 5 years now. And in the same panel, we will carry on with Maria Claudia Lacoutier. Maria Claudia is the president of the Colombian American Chamber of Commerce, or AmCham Colombia, an alliance of 40 associations and guilds in the country. Maria Claudia has been the Minister of Trade in Colombia, and she was in charge of ProColombia for 2 decades. And finally, we have Fabricio Perti, who is a renowned expert in commerce and economic integration here in Latin America and the Caribbean. Currently, she is the manager of the sector of productivity, commerce, and innovation in IDAB. So you can look at their bios on the web as well. The conversation, as you can see in the title, how to attract more foreign investment in Latin America. So part of what is essential in Latin America, of course, that is essential for the whole world is to achieve the sustainable development goals. In order to achieve them, we need to cut a gap of more than 160 billion dollars in the region, and there's a lot of opportunities, as many of you know. Thanks that I believe that you are interested on it, and I would like to start with Susan because we're in a historic political economic moment that is extremely volatile, especially from the last weeks with a change of administration in the United States. And when we speak about precisely foreign investment, we cannot ignore our neighbor to the north where we live in the US, Susan and I. First of all, how do we attract investment, foreign investment right now, and what are the obstacles, especially speaking about the US, and what have you noticed in the region in the 40 years that you've been working in the region throughout the investment? I think that the question is a bit more complex today than it was a month ago. I think that the largest skill for the competition for Latin America is the United States, because the policies for our new president, President Trump, is the United States, the America first. And if you hear his talks, he's inviting investors to invest in the United States and to bring investment to the United States. And that gives more benefits to companies that invest in the US. So Latin America has new competition from the United States. Having said that, I believe that Latin America is a big opportunity for the United States. We have to think in the opportunities not only for the United States, but opportunities that we have in the hemisphere and through the Americas. But it gives a moment that for Latin America has to reinforce the rules, the framework to invest, because it will have more competition from the United States. I think Latin America has to clarify properly the regulations to invest, the rules of the game, as many say. It has to have less bureaucracy to invest. It cannot take 2 years to get a license, a permit. It has to compete with investment and use what Latin America has. And it has many resources, like agricultural, like mining, which are very important to the US. It has many others, entrepreneurs of top quality, and I can speak about that later. But I think Latin America has everything the world needs, but to compete in the world is much important. And my experience in the years, and that you need to clarify, is very clear, and to be more efficient in the rules of the game. And speaking about the rules of the game, by the way, I invite everybody who has a headset. I was screaming because I didn't have the headset. I just noticed what the point of everybody having a headset is to listen each other, because the room is a bit complex. So, by the way, on what Susan was saying, something that makes me think on how to advance those policies, how to establish that stability, and to invite that foreign investment. Naturally, I ask you who have experience in those public-private partnerships, what are some of those economic policies and other kinds of policies that are able to generate more trust in companies, and that's foreign investment as a whole. Yes, thank you for the question, Lilia. Can you hear me properly? Yes. So first of all, thank you, Lilia. Thank you, CAF, and thank you to my panel partners. If I may, before starting the intervention, I have to address first my most demanding needs. Okay. Cheers. Okay, I can assure you this is not a undercover advertisement exercise. Truly, I had a functional need because the air conditioning dries my throat. I think, Lilia, that we have addressed some of the problems we have in Latin America to bring foreign investment. From my point of view, we're missing some things to be able to accelerate with the pace of investment in Latin America and the Caribbean. The first of those is to keep of strengthening the institutional capabilities and to have a more efficient governance. Second is to address the problems we have of social inequality, of lack of social mobility, lack of cohesion, to be able to, for that gap, social gap to be closed, to keep on closing. And finally, I think there's an opportunity which is very important to keep on working on the accountability philosophy in the private and public sectors. Undoubtedly, these are problems of a huge complexity, and I won't deceive you. I don't have the solution because if I have it, I wouldn't be working in Coca-Cola or doing higher things. But what I do know is to address these complex structural problems is that we have to work jointly and in coordination, as Mr. Diaz-Granado explained, my friend Joseph Julia said it today, they need to join efforts among sectors, and we had to do it in coordination because when you coordinate, when you join efforts, there's a multiplier effect for citizens. I think that we in the Coca-Cola system, we have many examples as for collaboration and given that I have the minister in the Dominican Republic where we have a large operation with our partners and friends from Pensa Bebidas, we have 3,000 direct employments and 10,000 indirect. We have an operation that truly is growing. In recent years, we have invested $350 million in the country. This year, we have invested 660 more million dollars for a new production line that you have the chance to keep taking the favorite beverage to Dominicans, and we're working along with your help from your government and to develop the let's entrepreneur together. So to up to the day, we have graduated more than 10,000 people that we have trained. Those are the owners of small businesses, merchants, people who have training to keep on managing their businesses to move to the formal economy and to be able to strengthen that social fabric that is very important to the country. I have endless more, so I believe that working jointly is one of the solutions that we have. And by the way, on the supplies, I know that in the past 5 years you have generated a series of initiatives in Dominican Republic under your ministry, where you have thought precisely, as Nacho said, in the future of technology in education. What have been some of the opportunities? And most importantly, did you have to change the existing public policies to speed up that transition to generate these opportunities on thinking about the future generation? Thank you, Lilian. I would like to thank the CAF and Sergio Diaz Granados who have done an excellent work with this activity. It shows effectively. I would like to start from the opportunity that the pandemic has given to us and perhaps the war in between Russia and Ukraine itself, and perhaps the opportunity to see what happened afterwards as she got stranded in the Tunisian channel. That all gave the chance to see countries that had resilience, to generate trust, to move forward, and to call for foreign investment that they could have guarantees and they could have the growth that the Dominican Republic is showing to this day, that according to the World Bank and the Monetary Fund. That's to mention some evaluators from the outside speak about 5.4% of the GDP when the region is just barely 2.5 in average as growth, with an inflation that closed last year with 3.4. And all this is contributing with a clear participation from the private sector, along with private investment, giving the creation of employment, investment, and growth. So we have seen how Coca-Cola has said today, last year 360 million, this year 60. I expect other 200 from a distribution center, but every year we're growing in that regard. And we can give an example today that we speak about AI, that we speak about renewables, green hydrogen, blue economy, and how we are contributing to that growth. One very important part is, for example, our free trade areas. So 5 years we exported 5 billion. Today is 8.6 billion, and it grew from 132,000 employments to 198,600 direct employments. All of this in electronics, medical device, technology, semiconductors. And I would like to say that we see the topic of the nearshoring as an opportunity. Is not surprise to us to see the position of what President Trump says on America First, because we're sure that they will not be able to complete all the processes. And instead of sending it to Asia through the supply chain, what would we think about America? And what matters in these scenarios that we're sharing, that we have to agree between ourselves how we can grow together, how we can make use of our experiences with each other. And in that regard, in the Dominican Republic, it has led the alliance of the development of the democracy with Panama, Costa Rica, and Ecuador, looking in our similarities to support of democracy and liberty, to have economic stability, social, political stability, and to look for those growth niche between each other.
Now, in order to reach an agreement in this, I would like to invite Maria Claudia Lacouture to address a topic that was difficult. That last Sunday, it was really hard for me to sleep. I mean, generating a report or producing this information, uh, getting ready to for a crisis in Colombia and in the region, an economic crisis that could take place. And fortunately, things settled, but I think the damage was done to a certain extent. And Maria Claudia, based on your experience, at this time when we have such a huge polarization in the region and the world, the minister mentioned that we need to reach an agreement, but we all agree that the countries in our region, they are never in agreement. We are divided between right wing and left wing. We have autocracy and democracy, and there's some point in time where there are leaders that may change the whole direction of a country. Maria Claudia, I know that you've been working. You have always had a future vision and generating industry for decades. What what should be the line of thought of entrepreneurs, and how is Colombia getting ready for it for a challenge like this in such a volatile period, given the ideas of a political leader? My gratitude to God for the invitation, to Sergio Granados, and to each one of the panelists. Greetings. Lilia, thank you so much for moderating this panel. So the situation with Colombia is a crisis that has been framed within the policy of Donald Trump, which is America first, and this may happen to any country in Latin America. Why? Because at the end of the day, the decisions being made, and as mentioned by Susan before, these decisions are not just for a few countries. They are made to solve the issues that, based on President Trump, have to be solved in order to have a larger and stronger America. So, which are the four topics? Migration, security related to drug trafficking. We're talking about China and trade. So, whoever gets involved in one of these points based on the policy established by the government and does not follow a national security problem will have special attention. And I do believe that there will be tension in Latin America all the time, not only with Colombia, but with all the different countries that to a certain extent are against or are not supporting one of these 4 points. And this is extremely important to understand. This is not a crisis of Colombia. This is a crisis of all the different international arena related to the America policy first. So what do we need to work on? There's a relevant aspect in this case. With this crisis, we notice that from the foreign policy standpoint, it is essential for countries not to end their diplomatic channels. It is very difficult to say that two presidents that are so unpredictable, such as Trump and Petro, will not engage in a social media discussion. But what's most important is that countries need to get ready with their diplomats, with the different ministries, in order to have open channels to allow having or engaging in a conversation. A second point is that the governments, although they have their diplomatic relations, there are additional channels that must be kept open among the different entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are there to stay. They are this line that connects the government and the private sector, and they are an essential party in the process of any government development. Entrepreneurs are the reason being of policies which are being developed in the different countries. And in this regard, we have the support of several entrepreneurs in the U.S. in order to work and in order to follow a process to reach an agreement. It is also worth noting the relevance of the Congress in the different countries. The channel among the different Congress houses are has to be constant, and there has to be continuous communication among them, and also between entrepreneurs and the Congress. So this also helped us in terms of these bipartisan relation of Colombia, and we have to be proactive, not reactive. We need to work together into to achieve a strategy for the common good of the different countries. There is something related to investment, and in Latin America, given the tension and given the continuous changes and the conversation as to whether we are following the rule of law, including a socialist market. We have followed a process on each one of the countries that is not consistent, and which is not stable throughout the years. There's no consistency between the transfer of command of the different governments. The policies do not go beyond from one government to the other, and therefore investment in a context like ours, where there's so much stress, there are many issues, there's an international polarization. The economic blocks are more focused on generating geopolitical relations and not geologistics. Uh, we need to have relations of friends and allies, which are really important. So therefore, those policies need to be kept through time, and they have to remain stable. So consistency is essential. If there's no direction, there's no development, and if there's no stability, there's no investment. Thank you, Maria Claudia. Fabricio, I'd like to ask you, talking about with
Maria Claudia just mentioned, we do know that there's a lot of volatility where there's no consensus. How can we create incentives within the different governments, or how can we communicate which could be the best incentives in order to establish frameworks towards uh, rec- towards the possibility to reduce the risk in order to achieve more stability on the part of the governments, regardless of the government we're dealing with. And what's the role of the private sector, and who else is responsible for generating these incentives? Lilia, thank you so much. My gratitude to CAP and to the CEO, Sergio Diaz Granados. It is a pleasure to be here with the panelists. So first of all, in terms of the region has what the world needs: 40% of biodiversity, 60% of lithium for batteries, 40% of copper, uh, 25% of the emissions are absorbed, and we have a huge food production chain for the world. So this is the region with the greatest surplus in terms of food. So we can provide the energy, we can feed the world, we can solve issues related to the planet, pertaining to climate change. The region has all the benefits in terms of advantages in order to become part of this world. And what you mentioned here, we need to have the right market and the right state, and public and private. I mean, it takes two to tango. You need two persons to grow. So the state establishing rules, legal stability, public assets, infrastructure, and connectivity, physical connectivity, digital connectivity in order to lower costs to trade and investment. The cost to trade abroad in Latin America, they're 40% higher compared to North America. We need better ports and heliports and roads. So at the IDB, we are involved in that agenda in order to reduce those costs of trade, in order to facilitate to make sure that these trade flows, because the regulatory and transportation and logistics costs will affect us. So we need to make things easier for entrepreneurs who at the end of the day will be the driver for growth. When the region is not growing significantly as a whole, there are some countries that are growing faster compared to the other. Productivity has been stagnated in the past few years, and since the IDB was there, the participation of Latin America and the Caribbean in the global trade is represents just 5.5%, it, while other regions have increased. So we need to benefit from the advantages that we have in the region, but we also need to establish the rules, ecosystems, regulatory frameworks for international participation. And the last thing, talent. Talent is essential to add value. And the human capital in this case need to adapt to the different uh, skills required by digital economies. So in this setting, countries like the Dominican Republic and Costa Rica, they are exporting medical devices to the world. Panama is a logistics hub. My country, Uruguay, we're the second exporter of software per capita globally. So there are many sectors where the region has opportunities beyond the comparative advantages. Okay, so this is leading me to the following question: what are those histories of success? For 40 years, you've been working in this region. You know the talent we have. You as you know the capacity to feed and to energize the world. However, the growth is not the one that we're expecting. What are those sectors where there are opportunities for growth and for global participation, where perhaps you need to change the mindset of people to invest in these processes? First of all, I want to express my gratitude to CAF and to its president for these for such a wonderful forum, and to all of you for joining us and to moderate this topic. I have vast experience supporting the entrepreneurs in Latin America, and I would say that Latin America has entrepreneurs who in technology industries, they who are very skilled if you want to compare them with entrepreneurs in the US. And we can simply we can talk about examples such as Mercado Libre, Globat, Nubank. Every year I go to a conference of the Latin Tech, and I was in a cocktail and I found 50 new entrepreneurs with optimism, with ideas to determine to do a business or to do a deal, and I think that in Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Mexico, Colombia, Peru, in all the different countries, they are they are generating new opportunities without the support of the government, and many of those without the support of the framework of the business framework. And then just to give you an example, Mercado Libre was created or started 25 years ago in Argentina, and nowadays its market value is over $90 billion. This is the largest company in Latin America in terms of market capital. This is the largest company um, among the government entities, and they did it by themselves. Only it was just one entrepreneur and an amazing group of entrepreneurs. Today, not only are they have not only do they have businesses in each one of the countries in Latin America, then not only they're offering this is not just a trading company, they also offer logistics, finance, and funding. So I would say that the opportunity for innovation and creativity in Latin America is huge. And I think that Latin America can compete uh, with any company globally. We still have a long way to go, but I think that the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure is still lacking in Latin America and in many other areas. But I think that examples of entrepreneurs with innovation and who see this type of opportunities, that's huge, and the entrepreneur network is growing day by day. So to me this is just a true example, and I think that there will be much more opportunities. Something else that I would like to mention is that the line between the US and Latin America begins with and ends with the connections of the young entrepreneurs and the connections that these young entrepreneurs have with Silicon Valley and the private sector. So this is a very important connection that many persons are using, and they're not simply led by governments. Okay, you mentioned in the other conversations when we spoke about regional integration and the possibilities that this brings along. We spoke about the obstacles, but what are the possibilities that you've seen throughout the years? Is it possible to act in the region in a unified manner to make this region more appealing or attractive? Is there anything that you would like to share? Thank you, Lydia. Uh, I didn't hear the question quite well, but you please let me know if I'm addressing something different. Uh, just to follow on what Susan said, for I've been my professional career goes back to 30 years, and most of the time in Europe. I landed in Mexico in 2020, and I was right in the middle of the COVID pandemic. People in Spain said, "Hey, you're leaving, you're going to another continent, and you're going to Mexico now that you cannot even go out." And I mean, and in my 5 years in Latin America, in Mexico, and in Costa Rica, the truth is that uh, I'm surprised the dynamism of the different businesses, the capacity to engage in new ventures, the human capital, talents, the desire to work, the desire to succeed in, and I mean, people desire who wish to live, and this is something that, apart from what Fabrizio mentioned in the region, we have pretty much everything in the region, but what we have is a human capital that is quite amazing. And I think that this is going to help us thriving and growing. And I am extremely positive. And when I sometimes headhunters are trying to contact me to go back to Europe, I normally say, well, I would love it, but I will do it from Mexico. But so I am fortunate to work here, and I learn every day from the talent that we have in Latin America and the Caribbean. No, that's the question. I think that this is my response is building. I think that we're talking about the common aspects, and I know that you have supported and you have generated a lot of interest in this topic, in the nearshoring topic that you mentioned. And I was wondering, when generating this level of interest in talent in terms of what has been offered in the Latin American culture, where have you seen these stories of success in your experience in the Dominican Republic? I think I can understand that. I can respond to that question. Nearshoring is extremely important now that we have agreements like CAFTA or EPA in the Dominican Republic. We're not only talking about pricing, we're talking about quality, supply trust, possibility to manage situations by eliminating bureaucracy, being more agile, and to guarantee our rights, and to make sure that our laws are reliable in our countries. And this is part of the growth of each country. But Susan also spoke about entrepreneurship. And I would say that not only entrepreneurship, but also the learning process. How can you learn despite the failures? And there is something, this is something that Uruguay and Colombia knows, which is the orange economy or the service economy, where we in the Dominican Republic, in only 4 years, last year, we exported 86 million dollars, and this entails creativity, participation, free participation, and where not only this involves the youth, but any age. And this is something that we need to take into account, and we need to promote this throughout the region. It is not just about competing in the traditional trade, but also in the creativity and what we can each represent with our gastronomy, our fashion, with our film industry, with everything related to electronics. If you ask me for an example, I'm sure that at some point in time you would go home. I'm a 60-year-old person. I have grandchildren, and you would see your kids playing with a Game Boy, and you would tell them, "Hey, stop playing. Go to take your books." And I'm surprised because in the Dominican Republic we have a 25-year person called Saul Mena. If you want to follow him, he participates in some electronic games, which involve fighting. But this in his team, he has some like 10 people. He has psychologists, trainers, and every time he goes to compete for $1.5 million, and he wins over the Japanese, the Korean, the Chinese, and this implies an electronic game, and this is something that you were not used to. So you need to pay attention to this, and you need to look at the direction the world is taking, which is the type of creativity. How can you make sure that you can have these patents, the type of support to all these things that are representing the president Duque said that it represented 14% of the GDP in terms of the orange economy. I think that these are new opportunities that we have in order to start our work. Thank you, Minister. Maria Claudia. I've traveled all over Colombia. I did a documentary on the policy against drugs, and what I normally say about Colombia is this is a country where, I mean, it is, you cannot explain why people are so optimistic. They always try to make up solutions. For decades, we have through wars, and people are still full of hope, and there's resilience and talent. And talking about this type of entrepreneurship, we you have to be naive in order to believe in those ideas that came up that have gone too far to make sure that Latin America stands out. With your experience, where you grew this type of industries, first of all, we need to look at the different spaces that are not sufficiently used, and what are the defects that shouldn't be passed on to the following generations. I want to go back to what you mentioned, and hopefully within this process, hopefully we can leave as a legacy, and for those who are we need to we need to we need to delegate this type of consistency and stability. And I think that this is something that, given the tension that we have globally, entrepreneurs need to be involved in the economic development of their countries and of their policies as well. I by I'm not saying with this that they have to be senators or entrepreneurs. They have to be involved even more in the current situation of their country. They have to be more active in that process in order to maintain policies to address the needs of entrepreneurs. Let's not forget that the growth of a country, and this applies to every country in Latin America, the growth of a country takes place by the consumption of households and 20% investment. So we are talking about that 20%. As a matter of fact, it's half of that 20% because the other half is public investment. But this 80% is vastly derived from salaries and rent. For 30%, 25 to 35%, depending on the country, is based on credits, and 5%, that 2 to 5% by remittances. So what who so entrepreneurs in the business world uh, is accounting for the salaries, and entrepreneurs are accounting for these, and entrepreneurs are not doing this effort. I'm not saying that they're not doing the best effort to bet on the country by creating entrepreneurs. And on the part of Colombia, there is a process that is quite complex, and nowadays it's becoming more and more complex. But there is a need to leave a legacy to the youth to make sure that they engage in these processes. In the short term, in terms of consumptions, it will generate, but in the long term, this is the foundation of the business world. They remain constant, despite the government and political issues in the country. So I think that this is the best legacy that can be left to the youth in the upcoming generations. How can how can they work from the different businesses and bet on the country by engaging in the different policies, by engaging with responsibility to generate policies to create more equity distribution, to have a society that will allow you to bring benefits and wellness to all the different citizens, to have a better redistribution, because nowadays the major problem we have in all the different countries is that inequality that we have between the population that is generating a lot of issues that to a certain extent has to do with the policy of each country. So my call is to have more engagement, more participation, more efforts. I know that more efforts in order to propose, to track, to supervise public and private work. Nacho, in Colombia, we're working with Coca-Cola in a very nice program in Chocó, which is one of the poorest areas in the country, where we have major efforts from the public and private sector, despite the difference in terms of ideology, to implement actions. But this not only entails resources but actions. I think that words are important, but more than words is action. Fabrizio, we just heard the role of entrepreneurs when you demand on the part when we demand from the government to generate these conditions to be favorable to growth. What comes up to you based how can this be structured? What do we need to demand from governments? More than demanding, we need to build together. In Cartagena, in Colombia, in 2012, we had the first summit of the Americas with you and with Minister Sergio Diaz Granados, and we had 15 heads of state, including Canada and the U.S. and Latin America and the Caribbean, and we created the talks of the Americas, 450 multinational companies in different work groups issuing public policy recommendations to the governments in a constructive way. They were not demanding, they were simply suggesting, they were building together. This as a development institution, as a development bank, the good things that not only did we demand for ideas but also action so we can fund them. And we do believe that the governments have to innovate as well. Innovation is not synonymous with the monopoly or Silicon Valley. We need also to innovate in government policies. In the region, we have the finishing schools figure, which are associations, public and private associations, where the content is determined by the investing company, and the government is simply a facilitator to get the youth to be trained based on the content, which will determine who will be investing. These type of solutions imply labor insertion of 99%. This is something that we're implementing in Chile and Central America, Paraguay, and in different countries in the region. So we need to innovate. A sector that was not mentioned is tourism, and now that I'm here in Panama, in this country with two coasts, tourism represents 10% of the gross of the GDP in Latin America and the Caribbean, and there is we have gastronomy, we have conferences. There are many niches of many type, and we also have the digital nomads. And this region is extremely fun, and we have professional youth from different places of the world who are coming to our region. 2022, it represented 15% of the tourism in Mexico. Governing also implies innovating, and in organizations like CAF, like ITP, we are always holding this type of conversations in order to promote this dialogue to solve issues in the region and to generate prosperity.
Now that we're here, we thank the invitation of CAF and President Sergio Diaz-Granes to Panama. My first time in Panama, having me here outside the airport. So thank you, Susan. Thank you for all your wisdom. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all. I think that we're going to have a space so you can approach the speakers and any questions you have, because we're about to run out of time directly, so you can get direct questions. Thank you for listening, and we'll keep on talking through the conference. Thank you, everybody. Moderator Lilia Luciana, CBS News journalist, and all the panel that join us in this session. Thank you for attending this session. We'll get ready for the following panel. We have the following moderator and guest. Before getting to the last panel of the day, I would like to remind you that our event is broadcasting in 3 languages through streaming, and we have simultaneous interpretation, and we encourage you to share your reflections and experiences and insights using the hashtag for economic CAF, and to follow us through at Agenda CAF in X, Instagram, and Facebook. The following panel, the session will be about the topic of Latin America and the Caribbean in the current geopolitics, and we will invite our moderator and our guest who will be part of this talk. So you can share your experiences with us. So we're thankful once again. So let's follow with the last session in this parallel room, Latin America and the Caribbean in the current geopolitics, where we're going to explore the position of our region in the geopolitical context. This is a topic of great relevance that has an impact directly in our policies and strategies. So let's speak about the indication of this topic and participate in its discussion. I would like to invite Nesk, our moderator, who will join us moving forward with this talk, who is the Vice President of the Colombian Council of International Relations, CORI, is Andrés Rugeles, who we will invite to join us. Andrés, welcome, and we invite us as well each of the panelists who will take part of this conversation in the Latin American and the Caribbean panel in the geopolitics. So let's welcome the Vice President of the Colombian Council of International Relationships. He's Andrés Rugeles. Andrés, welcome, and we'll share with him the details of Latin America and the Caribbean and current geopolitics. Once again, I would like to mention that you can follow us through the signal that we have in the streaming, so you can share. If you haven't downloaded the app or the QR code, we have some young ladies where you can scan the QR code. When you start the session, you use the PhotoCAF code and you complete your register. Likewise, at the entrance, there's a place where you will get indications so you can use the simultaneous interpretation device on channel 4. So let's move forward right away, inviting our moderator who is approaching us to share with us the details of this conversation. And I would like to welcome Andrés Rugeles, Vice President of the Colombian Council of International Relationships. Andrés, welcome, and thank you for joining us to speak about Latin America and the Caribbean in current geopolitics. Go ahead. Also to thank Carlos Diaz Rosillo, Director Founder of the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom of Florida International University, who we thank for his involvement. Carlos Diaz, welcome. Irene Delgado, Ambassador of Panama before the OAS. And Irene, welcome. Also greet Eduardo Verano de la Rosa, Governor of the Atlántico Department of Colombia. And we will invite as well Keiko Fujimori, who is founder and president of Fuerza Popular. Thank you for joining us. So let's share right away with the panel members that we have pending while we coordinate. So let's invite Eduardo Verano de la Rosa, Governor of the Atlantic, and Ana Irene Delgado, Ambassador before the OAS, to start this session of Latin America and the Caribbean in current geopolitics. And of course, to thank you for your patience and your interest for this very important topic. I will pass the floor to Andrés Rujeles, who is the Vice President of the Colombian Council of Foreign Relations, while we wait for the other moderators. Remind you once again, use your headset channel 4 in your device so you can listen in the broadcast. If you're using the app, remember that you have to choose within the options Azul Floor, Azul Room, which is this speaking room. And if you use the device, it's channel 4 Spanish, so you can listen the full session. So let's restart. Let's invite Ana Irene Delgado, Ambassador of Panama before the OAS, and Eduardo Verano de la Rosa, Governor of Atlántico, so we can start. So again, Andres, welcome Andres, and thank you for joining us in this edition. Okay, I will start. So good afternoon, everybody. Let's start with the panel of Latin America and the Caribbean in current geopolitics. Our thanks to CAF, Development Bank Latin America, for this invitation to moderate this session, where we have a group of extraordinary and representative people from Latin America. We have people coming from the academia, from the diplomatic world, from politics, and also regional actors of the highest relevance in the country. Perhaps I would say that one of the key elements today is geopolitics. And right now, especially, geopolitics is giving signs that are very important to the region, signs of urgency to address it. And to make a start with this panel, I would like to ask a question to each one of you. This is a general question. Then we will may ask a specific question. And finally, we'll do as I call the surprise question. So let's start with the general question. And it's in your view, what will be the three key events that will have an impact in geopolitics in 2025? And I start with Keiko Fujimori, please. Thank you, Andres. Thank you to all of you speakers who joined with me today and who are present. Thank you to CAF for this organization of the event and to allow us to share our thoughts. I think that the most three relevant events, firstly, have to do with Venezuela, with the recovery of democracy. Today, President Edmundo González is in Peru. From here, I send him my greetings, my respects. Fuerza Popular, I represent this party, has been helping the Venezuelan opposition in this effort uh, for Venezuela to recover its country. For us, has been very painful seeing how many thousands of families migrated from Venezuela looking for better opportunities. So if we don't recover democracy, not only will be terrible for its citizens, but also the migration crisis will harm all the region. The second event that I think that is relevant will be the relationship and the international policies of Trump with Latin America. We're in Panama, and undoubtedly one has to make a statement on the relevant topics. The Panama Canal belongs to the Panamanians and from Panama, and it belongs to Panama. But I would like to highlight the way in which Panama has solved and faced these these statements from President Trump. First, with a very direct press release, and secondly, opening a investigation process, which gives them time. So when one faces a crisis, time is crucial and key factor. On the other hand, we have seen on the weekend how when an international problem is solved from ego, from your liver, and using Twitter, it generates a much worse crisis. We from Peru, we have been impacted. President Trump has announced that he's going to suspend for 90 days the international support to the fight against drug trafficking in our country. And I believe that when we face changes, this generates opportunities. And we hope that in this analysis, the financial support first will increase, but secondly, and most likely that these resources go directly to farmers, to the countryside, and it's not just in NGOs, because these funds aim to look for farmers to change their products on cocoa or coffee. And thirdly, I think that what a key event will be the time when the war between Russia and Ukraine ends, because although war is far away from our continent, it's incredible how it could have an impact on many families. Let's remember the prices of food prices rose and fertilizer price spiked, and how hard was it to make it farmers to understand, and those families who don't have a voice and perhaps don't have the information many times, making them to understand that it was because of the war and not from the sitting government. These kind of events generated the mistrust and lack of credibility and the lack of governance that happened in Peru and in many countries in the region. That's why this peace process that we hope to arrive soon will benefit millions of families, especially the most vulnerable sectors, which is to them, for them is the ones that we work for. Thank you, Andres. Thank you, Keiko. And I would like to pass the floor to Carlos. What's your view on these three important events 2025? Sure. Thank you, Andres, and thank you, CAF, for this invitation. I think that the first event that we have to pay close attention is the relationship, the way that we manage the relationship between the United States and China. I think that will have an impact not only the bilateral relations, but from the point of view in the relationship with the US and each country in the world. I think that we on how important will be for President and that relationship in the way how other countries negotiate with China. Secondly, is energy transition. The way different countries, not only in Latin America but in the world, could make that transition, a transition. Then in the case of Latin America, we have everything that is necessary to have within each country to have the necessary tools for not to depend to energy outside the country, the continent. I think that's extraordinarily important. And thirdly, I think I agree with Keiko in the way in which this war between Russia and the Ukraine ends. I think will be extremely important. A war that it looks far away, that you see from afar, thousands of kilometers from Latin America, but it has a huge impact on what's going on in the continent. So I think those are the three key events that we have to pay attention.
Irene, what will be the three facts that will frame 2021, 2025? Thanks, Cap, for the invitation, and thank you, Andres. There are three events that are the most relevant. First of all, the new U.S. administration, the second one of President Trump, and the illegal takeover of power by Nicolas Maduro. You have seen how, under the leadership of Vice President Jose Raul Molino, and Panama took that belligerence in the defense of democracy and the freedom of the Venezuelan people. I think this is a milestone as a transcendental event that directly affects our region and the world. Then, secondly, we have also identified, as Carlo mentioned, the evolution of the strategic competition between China and the U.S. We see a change in the administration of the U.S., and this will have effects on the global trade, especially because we see. This firm approach of the Chinese government by implementing the different cultures with the route of silk in the different countries where the U.S. Didn't have that influence or that presence, and this has been one of the events that could actually frame. Thirdly, but not last but not least, the conflict of the hotspots with spillovers in the case of Russia and Ukraine, the specific case, what will be the position of the new U.S. administration with respect to the support provided to Ukraine and the problem in Israel? I think that these are significant changes that we've seen in Panama. We're in a country that is really important. This is an outstanding geographical position, and this makes us is making us competitive with such a nice view to the Americas. You can see that Panama, as indicated by a shield, were the core, were the heart of the universe and the bridge of the world. And these are events that we share, and I think that each one of them has an impact on the global economy. Thank you, Eduardo. What's your opinion on these topics? Where can we find uh, pros and cons or differences or similarities? There's a fourth point that we have been thinking in terms of the trip that we made throughout Panama. The first question is, what are the three most important events related to geopolitics? I agree with what Carlos, what Keiko, what you have said. I think that this is absolutely clear. There's a lot of rivalry between the US and China, and this will be a milestone in terms of the future of the whole universe. Evidently, we we need to compete for leadership, and to a certain extent it has to comply with all the different economic technology aspects and the structures of power. So if we want to participate in that race, we need to have significant progress in AI, 5G, and the tension from Taiwan, and this whole thing will have an important um, uh, um, bearing on the relation between the US and China. There's no doubt that the energy transition in the specific case of our countries, we have we are we have the best winds, and we also have the need to do this energy transition to wind and solar energies. But we have discovered that the local governments are not prepared unless we establish the right institutions for the purpose for macro projects, because otherwise we will end up with a small micro projects of installing a solar panel of in the roof of the poorest, and the structures of these houses will not withstand the weight of these solar panels. So we need to determine if we are going to do energy transition. And third, we fully agree the war on Ukraine has changed. It has significant repercussions, and I'm sure that this conflict will redefine differently the relations between Russia and the Western area, and this will entail processes to see what will be our position. And the fourth point that I would like to um, mention is what I've seen of this and this visit that we did today in Panama. Uh, the beautiful campaign of flag sewing. We in there are many Panamanian flags, and this creates a very nice environment for the upcoming visit of Marco Rubio, and with that attitude of the Panamanians, they want to convey that there's a huge desire to maintain and to preserve the Panama Channel for Panama because it belongs to Panama. Colombia, to a certain extent, participated through Alfonso Lopez Michelsen when he met with Carter to talk about these 45 years ago. They talked about this sovereignty, and the only way to succeed with this, I remember that the nice anecdote that we have as Colombians is that they invited Garcia Marquez at the time and Graham Greene with Panamanian passports so that they could join Torrijos and Lopez Michelsen to the visit of Carter. So there's a whole history that we want to preserve and maintain, and the Panama Channel has to belong to Panama. Great. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the second round of questions. These are individual questions, and I would like to start with Keiko asking, in this scenario of political rivalry and strategic competition between China and the U.S., does Latin America has the potential, based on some analysts, to become the scenario where that competition will transfer, and this will create an awkward position to us. Are we really facing this threat, and how can we do as a region in order to protect Latin America and to promote its strategic autonomy? For example, in critical sectors such as infrastructure in the Chancay port, energy, or natural resources. What's your perspective? You have 5 minutes to respond. Okay, I'm based on the premise. We have Carlos Diaz here and we are great friends. I I was educated in North America. I studied at the Boston University and in the Columbia Business School. I have two Peruvian American citizen daughters, and I have respect for the U.S. But from Peru, I also believe in a social economy. We also have a political constitution with an economic chapter that embraces foreign investors and Peruvian investors. We also have tools of investment such as the G2G, public-private partnerships, and there's a new norm that is called works for taxes. All of these to attract investment. But being honest with Carlos, I told him in the past few years, I've been disappointed because North American investors are not investing in Peru, but the Chinese have gone to Peru proactively to bet on our country. And in terms of the Shanghai port, because I do understand that there's a strategic sensitivity aspect, I want to mention that Peruvian investors, they went to raise funds in the U.S. in order to have American entrepreneurs to bet on Peru. But it was surprising. It was the Chinese who decided to bet on our country. So this is some food for thought because we have clear norms for and open norms for everyone. I just spoke with the former ambassador of Great Britain in Peru, and we spoke about the three major works that were with Great Britain. Japan is also investing in Peru, and we do hope to have investors from other places in the world to come to Peru. We understand that one of the drivers for growth is investment, and it's infrastructure investment. 20% is coming from the government, and 80% is coming from private investment. So we are aware that Peru needs to speak up. We need to generate this trust, and trust is gained based on the norms issued by the Constitution. This is why our political group is defending the Constitution, and we do understand that there has to be more stability. And although this may not sound popular, there's been a change in the political model of having of a single chamber system, and we have a two-chamber system because we believe that it is fundamental to think of the future, especially regardless if it's popular or not. I ask investors to go to Peru and to invest. Thank you. And let's imagine that on Friday there will be a call made by the Secretary of State. And he calls you, what will you tell the Secretary of State? I will ask him to come to, there's a lot to talk and there's a lot to work on. That's what I would say to him. So now let's move on with you, Carlos. Carlos, what will be the impact of the new foreign policy of the Trump administration in Latin America, and something that you've been stressing a lot? Latin America needs to have a voice in the U.S. How can we achieve this? I could spend 25 minutes. Keiko, I fully agree with you, Keiko, that I mean the party to blame in uh, or the by selling these stories and by taking over control of the trade of ports like Shanghai airports. It's the U.S. because they ignored the region. I do hope that these changes. I think that it is changing as of last Monday on January 20 of this year. And to respond to your question, I believe that the foreign policy of the U.S. under the second uh, presidency or of President Trump is can be summarized with his phrase "U.S. or first." He was not elected as OAS secretary. He was not elected to be popular abroad in Mexico or Peru or in Panama. He was elected to defend the interests of Americans. And I and this is something that I mentioned in a prior panel. We have great opportunities for Latin America so that they can gain this leading role that it that that and this is not, I'm not a partisan, I'm not giving you a partisan speech, but there are two topics that are essential for President Trump. One I already mentioned, which is the relation between the US and China. And since the Chinese have came wisely and strategically in the long term, uh, for the U.S., a long-term plan is 4 years, and for the U.S. is 100 years. So they have taken control of these key points, and the U.S. is has noticed this one And I think that there's a major opportunity for Latin America to say, to tell not only the American government but to the entrepreneurs in North America, as to invest in the U.S. And there's been a lot of pressure in the past 8 years, uh, because companies that went to China for, they brought their production from the U.S. to China, for given the advantages provided by the government, the low production costs, and there was consensus that they favored and the logic at the time is that the more trade we have with China, they will look more than us. They will be more less autocratic and more capitalists. And what we know nowadays is that they are not capitalists. So there's a major effort on the part of the government to urge companies to bring back their production. And in the US, given the cost of labor and due to the regulatory aspects, this is complicated. So if they don't go back to the US, at least they should come back to the area. This is known as nearshoring, frontshoring, or offshoring, and this is a major opportunity for Latin America and for the decision makers in order to provide the right conditions to make sure that this takes place. Now, the fact that there's a consensus as to the fact that companies will move their production into Latin America, this is not going to happen overnight. This implies the involvement of the governments. They need to provide legal, physical security, macroeconomic stability, and they need to benefit from that period. They need to capture those investments. Many Latin American countries have benefited from these governments, like the one in Costa Rica, Dominican Republic. They did it quite well. Other other governments were really poor at doing this, and I think that Mexico could be good to do it, but they have not done so. So there's been benefits of the nearshoring. It hasn't been thanks to the it should not be thanks to the President Obrador. So people should take advantage and to take this as an advantage. In there will be will to refocus the relations of the U.S. with the world by focusing on the relationship with China. The second aspect is migration. Migration is important for President Trump, and I think that Latin American governments that can benefit from that time and to provide security, or give a certainty to the American government that they're doing as much as that as they can to stop migration, and that they're supporting them in this topic. I'm sure that they will do much better compared to those that refuse to do so. So although the U.S. and the foreign policy of the U.S. can do a lot to contribute to the growth of Latin America and to contribute to the growth of the region, the 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 destination of Latin Americans belong to Latin Americans. We cannot expect the U.S. to become like the piggy bank of Latin America to support, without expecting that this support will provide a direct benefit to the U.S. Trump has said that for Trump, the U.S. is first, as every president should do. The U.S. is first. Now, but the U.S. cannot do this on its own. They they there is a preference to bilateral relations, one on one, not multilateral relations. But I think that this is a major opportunity for Latin America. And for the first time in history, we have a Secretary of State who's Latin America, who understands Latin America, and the second person who understands, who has lived in Latin America for many years, and recently as ambassador of the U.S. in Mexico. So this is a unique opportunity for Latin America to gain the role it needs. And I would like to ask, in this foreign policy, what goes first, the businesses or democracy? I think that they go hand in hand. It is complicated to do businesses with countries that do not respect the rules, and non-democratic countries aim tend to not respect in this. The U.S. policy has always promoted two values that are important for the US, which is the promotion of democracy and the free trade, capitalism. So I think that they go hand in hand. Now, as to the democratic aspect, I would like to ask Irene. She's the ambassador of Panama at the OAS, which is the agency that defends democracy. What's your vision? What's your opinion in terms of how to regain the work done in terms of democracy, and what elements should we include in the Inter-American Democratic Charter to provide more tools in Latin America? That's an interesting question. First of all, I would like to say that the OAS Democratic Charter goes back to 1948, and it was reaffirmed in 2001 unanimously, and I think that this is important to mention. Now, in terms of the strengthening of democracy, I firmly believe in education and values. I think that Panama, in this regard, has emphasized a lot to strengthen from the early ages education in our children, our youth, to make sure that they understand the different institutions, and just to refer to what Kaiko and mentioned, investors will not go if there's no respect for the rule of law. That's one thing, and then the respect to the different institutions. I think that this is the fundamental pillar in order for us to attract a group of investors. More than the sample that we have, we have a huge amount of investors. We have entrepreneurs who are joining us in this venue in Panama. It proves that this is conveyed by Panama. This is a stable country that respects its institutions. I also wanted to emphasize that the OAS, in my opinion, has implemented work with electoral observation missions. Panama received 12 missions for observation in elections, and when you talk about the OAS, people they always speak about the electoral missions, and this is important. We also have Ambassador Ruben Parge. He has been in our country since 2020, and he has been a fundamental liaison that contributed to the relation between Panama and the OAS. This will change in a few months because we will have elections of a secretary general, and perhaps in the organization there may be some changes of leadership in terms of the candidates that we have at present. And along these lines, we this was the request made by Guatemala to the OAS, and the government at the time last year, they wanted them to the situation was solved. So the organization, the UN, the OAS, they have a fundamental role to play. So this is why we need to activate these mechanisms that are in place, but at times we do not know about them. Eduardo, one of the topics that has been raised has to do with the nearshoring. IDB studies are indicating that more than 70% can be generated. I had the opportunity. I was really surprised
to take a position of distance, of consolidation. of the problems that we have today that will have a aggressive tonic. On the contrary, surprisingly, all of our associations of Atlántico and Barranquilla, they have a specific feature. They thought the only way that we could advance in this topic was economic growth agenda, and that we could be the leaders of building a process of closeness and security and all these distances that we saw, that we were seeing with the position of President Trump and our own president, somehow had to be addressed in a peaceful and calm manner to achieve, to maximize the potential of the nearshore. It's something that we're seeing as our big savior, our great empowerment, but that requires to strengthen our infrastructure. We have to modify it. Our ports and airports are not right away. In everything that you built in Peru, we think is formidable, and we're penning on building that infrastructure. We have to change the regulatory frameworks we have to take use of this nurturing. Our universities, I manage public universities, and the clear instruction is trained our human element in a way that they have that this vision and training for having an international market, and they have to specialize, and this has to occur from the most basic education, from elementary courses in high school, and obviously in universities and through specializations. And we have to have stability, political peace. Otherwise, we won't be able to be actors of this great process. Which task do we have to get in? We have to get into technology, electronics. Once who doesn't take a leap to these new work methodologies, to these new technologies, to the localization of plants. Truly, Mexico and Costa Rica have established an important reputation worldwide of those technologies, and they have attracted big world companies to be part of their productive system. We have to have a bigger involvement in the car market, in renewable energies, in agriculture, in an agro-industry that is based in exporting products, for example, of exotic fruits, and a series of questions where we could be extremely attractive and very competitive as well. But we have to build company services. What would be the countries that will make the best use of this? Mexico, given its closeness to the US, Chile and Peru, given all the decisions they had made, the Dominican Republic that has taken extremely important decisions, and also Costa Rica and Guatemala. As for tax incentives, they have done a very important task, so they have been able to have labor costs that are very competitive, as well as Brazil and Argentina, which are agro-industrial leaders, and we want for it to be Colombia. Each one wants a country to be the one, but we're sure that the only advantage of a geographical position that is enviable, because we're just 2 hours away from Miami by airplane and all of Florida, a big market. Many of our producers live just to sell by selling just to Florida, where there's a perfectly exquisite market and very appealing. That's not enough. That closeness is not enough. We have to also have training processes in technology, as I said, and especially to improve our logistics, in where we evidently have a lot to do. So many tasks and countries: Mexico and Chile and Peru, Dominican Republic, Brazil, and Argentina most likely will be the big actors in this big process of the nearshoring, and the Atlántico, of course, which Atlántico course. My government plan is Atlántico to the world, and we baptize it that way. We name it that way after a very interesting process of collective strategic planning with many businessmen in our population and the university world, and we came up to the conclusion that what really gives us willingness is if we as government we give a clear sign to all of our department that we going to be an Atlantico, our department's name Atlantico to the world, and people has bought this idea. You go and talk to the young people at the schools and they say, Verano, we're going to make this Atlantico for the government, because when you speak the vision to people, people gets committed with that view, and our view is Atlantico to the world. Thank you, Eduardo. And we go to the final lane, just 6 minutes and 52 seconds away. So I will ask each one of you in 1 minute for your answer, okay? Carlos, past Sunday we had an incident, diplomatic incident, political incident, which is very complex between President Petro and President Trump. What is the big lesson of this incident for Latin America? I don't see it as complex. I see it very simple. As President Trump, you don't play games with him. I try always to be very objective and academic. In this case, the answer would be more political, and with all due respect to Colombians, are sympathizing with the president of Colombia. There's someone who does. I think that the president of Colombia was foolish, to be honest. Latin America has two axes, one led by the Puebla group and other that could be led by the United States. In the Puebla group, by size, perhaps we have presidents who want to play a leading role, perhaps Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Chile, Honduras. And if that bloc who has wanted to gather against President Trump, I think it's hard to imagine a scenario in which they harm themselves the most. The president of Colombia, I think he was left in a very bad situation. The bilateral relationship for the U.S. and Colombia is very important for both countries, and the president, because of Colombia at 3 in the morning, most likely in a questionable state of being sober, as he used to, he made a mistake, tactical, strategic mistake, out of which he has to take it back a few hours later, and the message sent to his colleagues of the Puebla group and in the region is, you don't play games against President Trump. And that will set a standard, a very important standard for the leaders in the region who think of doing something similar. I think that the repercussions is not only for Colombia, but it extends to Latin America. Good. And Irene, when we think Latin America towards the future, what would be those 3 words that come to your mind? Very hard, because Latin America is very rich. Number 1 will be people, human capital. I think that we have the human capital, and first, we don't miss anything. And the specific case of Panama, the geographic position, I don't think we have something else to say, that because of the Tocumen International Airport hub and the geographic position of the country has allowed that many investors to arrive in direct flights. I would say that not even any other country in the world has that. Okay, good. Governor, 3, in your opinion, the 3 greatest strengths of Latin America. I think that without any doubts, Latin America, first of all, cannot act on the base of the fear of Trump or the fear of any president, because we all deserve respect no matter how difficult the circumstances are. And if it's not based if we don't base international relations in respect, evidently they deteriorate the channels that we should build to have a possibility to have a social economic development that benefits our people. I have to work to lower the poverty levels from my department, from my people, to train them better to reach the schools of the poorest or the most humble people, and we have done it and greatly, and we have the need to provide more computers, more technologies is the only way to get ahead. So I think that undoubtedly the important task is that despite Petro is Petro, anyway, we need for the country to be respected internationally because it has a geographic position that is important because it has an agriculture production that is interesting because it could be the center of attraction for a series of investors internationally. And for us to do that, we have to understand politics. Both Petro and Trump will go into history, but remains is our people with their poverty and limitations unless we intensely work to improve their condition. And the only way to do so is that in a problem like Atlántico por el Mundo is to give them the dimension, the human dimension, and also the technologies and the contributions and support so they can grow. The other topics will be just history. Then in some years we will laugh about on what did this president said at 3 a.m. because what we truly need is to build a better world and we do it ourselves. Politicians, by daring to get deeply into politics, and the only way is by managing the state. The state is the most powerful tool invented by man and has to be used to the benefit of the poorest people. That's the task. And let's go with the last question, Keiko. Some leaders in regions such as President Lagos or former Chancellor Castañeda from Mexico speak and they're drawing the attention on the risk that we have to be irrelevant in the international scenario. In your opinion, what should we do for Peru and Latin America to be more relevant internationally? Andres, I think that we have to see the potentials that Latin America has compared to other regions, and we have a population growth rate that is much higher than Europe or Asia. And I think that here we have the big opportunity, which is the revolution of knowledge. If we provide the youngsters with the education tool beyond the left and right debate, what we have to do is to invest in their education to use technology, AI. We're going to show what our young people are capable to do and lead in the globalized world. Thank you. Okay, may I say something? Or some 2 days ago, I visited the school, one of the much poorer towns in my department, and the young people, the kids, what they were asking us is computers. I said, well, here we are in an informatic room and we have computers. Yes, but what happens is that you're a new series of technologies of AI and the computers we have right now, they don't have the capability to talk with those new AIs. So the children are giving us classes on what are the processes of technological renewal that we have to do in their schools. They know more than us. And I close with a comment as follows. Perhaps a common point that gathers us today is building that future of Latin America, which is an inclusive future in democracy, in respect of the law, the Constitution, where all citizens are reflected. And here CAF has a very important role to comply with in the future in the region. So, thank you, to be honest, to just the first person that invited us to talk to his house in Santa Marta was the president of CAF, Sergio. And he had it clear the migration processes that were going to take place from Venezuela because the political process in Venezuela was going to get deteriorated. He had that clear, and that will lead to a big migration from Venezuela going through Santa Marta, Barranquilla, Cartagena, Panama to reach the US. He had it that clear. So let's pay attention to CAF. It plays a fundamental role to help build Latin America with a political process that is modern and, according to the current circumstances, double of applause to the Panama and the other to the CAF. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. These topics are fundamental to understand the challenge in the world, given the strategies shown to take action by promoting a positive impact from their working areas and contributed to a more balanced and prosperous future. Happy night. See you tomorrow in a new journey. Thank you.